Chapter 3865. The war in the Grey Wolf Star region had finally come to an end. Song Rongyu, the ancestor of the Grey Wolf clan, was severely injured and would not be able to recover in a short period of time. In order to protect the life of the ancestor, the Grey Wolf clan surrendered unconditionally. Those who joined the Yi Xian Nameless Alliance in this way could only be ordinary members. They could not even become bronze members. Of course, since the Grey Wolf clan could not be fully trusted, the commander-in-chief of the four demon clans' fleet, Grandpa Mo, did not reveal anything about the Nameless Alliance to the Grey Wolf clan after the first-generation Demon Emperor and the other three sector lords left. He only asked the Grey Wolf clan to send a domain lord Old Monster to lead the clan's army into the four demon clans' allied army and continue the war. Moreover, although the Grey Wolf clan had joined the four demon clans' allied army, the Four Demon Clans' allied army was still called the Four Demon Clans' allied army to the outside world. The Grey Wolf clan resisted stubbornly. Now, they were only surrendered troops and had not officially become an ordinary member of the alliance. They were not qualified to call themselves a clan in the Five Demon Clans' allied army. In the future, when the Nameless Alliance grew stronger and the higher-ups of the Grey Wolf clan knew all this, their intestines would turn green with regret. They had forced themselves into the situation of being enslaved. After all, if they had not resisted stubbornly and joined the Nameless Alliance voluntarily, no matter how weak their clan was, they could have become an ordinary member from the beginning. At least they could have avoided the process of not even being an ordinary member and being enslaved like a surrendered soldier. In just half a day, half of the Grey Wolf clan's more than 4 million battleships were taken away, including a large number of clansmen. They were led by a domain lord Old Monster of the Grey Wolf clan and were incorporated into the Four Demon Clans' allied army to continue the war. Regarding this result, the alliance of 10,000 clans formed by the servant clans of the First Universe surprisingly did not have many voices of condemnation and rebuke. The ancestor of the Ashwolf clan, Song Rongyu, had gone against the tide at the last moment and had completely lost his heart and morals. Now, the clan was enslaved by the Four Demon Clans' alliance army. Now, no one was willing to stand up and speak. However, the Myriad Races Alliance did not suffer a setback because of this. After learning that the allied forces of the four races had once again set off on an expedition, all the races in the Myriad Races Alliance mobilized and once again assembled their forces to resist together. The era of all-out war in the First Universe had completely begun. Even if the allied forces of the four demon races were powerful and had been singing songs of victory all the way, it was impossible for this planar civil war to end in a short time. Yi Xian did not know or care about what had happened in the Ashwolf tribe. In his opinion, with the Devil Cultivator, Space Rats, Hell Ants, and the other top three races of the First Universe joining forces, the full rise of this allied army was already unstoppable in the First Universe. Even if it involved a war between Sector Lord-level existences, the Nameless Alliance had as many as 6 Sector Lord Old Monsters that could descend with their clones at any time. They didn't need to fear any of the top factions. What's more, the subsequent expeditions were only some weak slave races from the First Universe. In short, Yi Xian was almost completely relieved about the subsequent battle situation of the allied army led by the Devil Cultivator. He didn't care at all because there would basically be no accidents. The reason why Yi Xian temporarily left the allied army was to return to the source of all evil star field to see the situation. After the last huge change, all the fleets and experts of the 3 universe planes had all fled. No one stayed in the entire vast source of all evil star field. Even the native ferocious beasts that originally lived in the core hinterland of the source of all evil were brought out by Yi Xian. The rest were all personally buried by the Heavenly Dao's green eye and sent into the netherworld furnace. It could be said that in the entire source of all evil star field, there was now nothing but the netherworld furnace. Yi Xian was extremely curious about what the netherworld furnace would condense this time, but he did not dare to take the risk and activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability to recklessly enter the source of all evil. Who knew if the Heavenly Dao's green eye had left some perception power and was secretly observing the void? That was a terrifying existence on the same level as the headless infant corpse. Even if Yi Xian had the headless infant corpse as his backer, he could not act rashly. After all, the headless infant corpse had not recovered yet. According to his plan, he definitely had to go to the source of all evil star field, but he had to make a foolproof plan. The worst-case scenario was that the Heavenly Dao's green eye had left some perception power there and was secretly observing everything. Under such circumstances, even if Yi Xian entered the source of all evil star field, he had to be able to not expose the headless infant corpse. In other words, he had to be able to rely on himself without using the headless infant corpse. His ability to escape alive. If he only had the strength of a level 3 cosmic light, he obviously would not be able to do this. Even if Yi Xian activated the bloodline of the ancient ape demons and his strength instantly increased by a large margin, he was only at level 6 universe realm. Of course, he still had the 9 devil ape transformations. The first to third transformations of the 9 devil ape transformations could instantly increase the strength of the ancient ape demons by a small level. The third transformation was equivalent to level 3. Even so, he was still only at the peak of level 9 universe realm. According to Yi Xian's estimations, if the Heavenly Dao's azure eye really did leave behind some perception in the depths of the source of all evil and secretly paid attention to everything, then after he entered and sensed this point, if he didn't want to rely on the headless infant corpse and rely on the interstellar coordinate jump ability to successfully escape, he would have to possess the ability to reach the limit. He had to be a young Star Lord. In other words, he had to ensure that everything was fine. Even if he used all his means, he would still need to make a breakthrough by a small level. Either he fully comprehended the fourth transformation of the 9 devil ape transformations, or his original body would have to make another breakthrough by 2 small levels. Once the original body's cultivation base reached the 5th level of the cosmic light realm, Yi Xian's cultivation base would reach the 7th level of the universe realm after activating the devil ape's bloodline and displaying the true form of the 3-headed, 6-armed devil ape. That way, coupled with the 3 small levels of the first transformation to the 3rd transformation, his strength would be just enough to reach the Star Lord level. Yi Xian's choice was the latter. It would take some time to deduce the 4th transformation of the ancient ape demons, and the system was doing its best to calculate it. Therefore, it was Yi Xian's only choice to make another breakthrough by 2 small levels and forcibly raise his original body to level 5 cosmic light. After leaving the ancestral land of the Hell Ant clan, the Nether Ant Galaxy, he was not in a hurry to go to the root of all evil galaxy. Instead, he found a deserted planet in a remote region of space nearby and dove into it. He entered the planet and began his closed-door cultivation. This time, his requirements were a bit higher. Although it was only a breakthrough of 2 small levels, he had just made a breakthrough not too long ago. Yi Xian was already a cosmic light expert at the moment. It was already difficult for him to make a breakthrough by 1 small level, let alone 2 in a row. It was obviously not a small challenge. However, he had no other choice. Chapter 3866. After entering the interior of the abandoned planet and setting up layers of restrictions, Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and started to think about the resources he could use for his breakthrough this time. As he had just broken through consecutively not long ago, it would be rather difficult for him to break through twice in the Qi and blood realms this time. During special times, he had to use strong medicine. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large amount of cultivation resources from the undying world in his body. They were all top-grade treasures. Any one of them would cause a commotion and be fought over in the outside world. Dark Furnace Lotion. This was used to wrap the entire body. During the breakthrough process, it would constantly heal the body's hidden injuries and hidden injuries. 2 drops of all evil origin liquid. Without a doubt, this was the main driving force for Yi Xian's breakthrough this time. Apart from that, there were also 10 pieces of Class 9, 9-colored planet core origins. 2 drops of dark liquid and 2 drops of high-grade Hell Ant liquid secreted by Sector Lord Golden Rat Big Tooth. Of course, they were all treasures that had been purified by the Shinong 4-colored flames. These 2 treasures had miraculous effects on body tempering and were used to support and strengthen the all-evil origin liquid. Finally, There was also a large piece of precious blood and precious flesh cut from the purple gold void rat from the hell ant tribe. It was about 3 meters wide and contained a large amount of the purest high-grade energy. This piece of rat meat had been purified and roasted by the Shenong four-colored flames. After roasting, it had shrunk to the size of a grain. Su Fengyuan was full of essence. As for the 9-colored meat paste, forget it. That thing could only be added when refining medicine. Yi Xian would have a psychological barrier if he swallowed it directly. At this moment, this large amount of top-grade cultivation resources were all floating in the air in front of Yi Xian. The underworld liquid, the high-level hellish ant liquid, and the precious blood and flesh of the primordial supreme being purple gold void rat were all purified and roasted by the divine farmer's 4-colored flames. If these things were placed in front of the core members of any top-grade faction in the 3 universes, they would instantly stop breathing. The grade was too high and the quality was too pure. Even Sector Lord old monsters or universe-level existences could use them. Of course, they couldn't directly break through after using them. At that level, breaking through a small level required a large amount of daily accumulation. Although there were times when one encountered a great fortune and directly broke through, or even broke through several small stages in succession, such situations were rare and could not be replicated. However, at this moment Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, looked at the top-notch resources floating in front of him. His face didn't reveal any surprise or joy, and he remained calm. In his opinion, with such ample preparation this time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to forcibly raise his main body's cultivation base to the 5th cosmic realm in one fell swoop after breaking through 2 minor realms again. Yi Xian's success rate, at least 80% or even 90%. But this process would definitely be extremely of pain. The various accumulations in his body had long been completely exhausted in the recent breakthroughs. The state of his physical body and blood was completely in a state of decline. Under such circumstances, to suddenly break through 2 small levels and increase one's strength, the test of one's physical body was obviously extremely severe. A bout of physical pain was unavoidable. Shaking his head and smiling bitterly, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. First, he swallowed the all-evil origin liquid, the purified dark liquid, and the high-grade precious hellish ant liquid. Then, he wolfed down the purple gold void rat meat that was glowing with a purple gold light and dripping with sesame oil. After that, with a wave of his hand, the white netherworld furnace lotion with a radius of 3 meters flew over and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body, bathing him within. Every inch of his skin and every pore on his body was breathing in the netherworld furnace lotion and being nourished by it. Finally, Yi Xian closed his eyes and issued an order to the devouring system. It had already absorbed the energy from the 10 9-colored star cores and injected it into his body. Henceforth, this time's closed-door cultivation breakthrough finally began and fully unfolded in an instant. Intense pain came like a tide, surging and surging. In an instant, it evolved into a vast ocean that surged endlessly. All of this unfolded in Yi Xian's body. A small body, but there was a surging and surging wave like a raging torrent. This kind of pain could be imagined. From this moment on, Yi Xian completely forgot about the existence of time. Even his consciousness gradually became hazy because of this unprecedented pain. At this moment, he only had one consciousness, and that was the endless clanking sound of countless chains in his ears. This was precisely the reaction of the potential shackles of every inch of his flesh, blood, and gene cells being torn apart with all their might. It was as if his entire body had been completely crushed and ruthlessly kneaded. Yi Xian had even lost his perception of his body. The only thing left in the entire world was the endless clanking sound of the densely packed chains. After an unknown amount of time, the raging waves in his body finally stopped. Yi Xian's consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse, finally recovered. Slowly, he could feel the existence of his body. In the end, all the pain disappeared. Yi Xian only felt that his entire body was unprecedentedly light and detached. His consciousness was also unprecedentedly clear and agile. Carrying this strange feeling, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. In the next instant, the familiar sound of system notifications rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, Cosmic Level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Qi and Blood realm. Current realm, Cosmic Level 5. Yi Xian took a deep breath, stood up and roared, Devil Ape True Form. In less than a breath, the bloodline in his body was activated. The Devil Ape True Form with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. His original body's Cosmic Level 5 cultivation rose sharply, reaching Cosmic Level 7 in an instant. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. First Transformation. Yi Xian roared once again. The body of the ancient demon ape that was 30 meters tall instantly increased in size. An inexplicable bloodline power instantly surged within its body, converging into a tide-like power. In the blink of an eye, its body, which was only 30 meters tall, directly soared to a height of 300 meters. Cultivation Aura, Cosmic Level 8. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Second Transformation. The second roar rang out, and the familiar feeling came again. The Qi and blood in the 3 true forms surged, surging to a height of 1,000 feet. Cultivation Aura, Cosmic Level 9 Peak. 9 Devil Ape Transformation. Third Transformation. In the final change, Yi Xian raised his head and roared. As it unfolded, the endlessly surging blood and Qi energy within the 3 true bodies once again soared and surged. At first, it was like a roaring river, but then it turned into a boundless sea of rage. Their bodies also expanded rapidly, from a height of 1,000 feet to a height of 100,000 feet. Chapter 3867. In a desolate area of the universe in the Third Universe, which was controlled by the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace, the dominator of the cultivators. Hiu! A feeble sound echoed as a feeble ray of light flashed across the void and disappeared at the end of the distance. 10 minutes later, the sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from a corner of the void. The void of the universe was like a piece of cloth being torn apart, and a black crack appeared. An old man in a green robe stepped out with a gloomy expression. His name was Zhou Yuchen, and he was a Star Lord, the Vice Master of the Rinjue Palace. Chilla! Chilla! With the appearance of Zhou Yuchen, the same sound of ripping cloth came from several other directions in the void. 4 cracks appeared in the void, and 4 more figures walked out. They were all old men. They were all Star Lords. They were also Vice Masters of the Rinjue Palace, and Zhou Yuchen's colleagues. The 5 Star Lords had all arrived in this place within a short span of 3 breaths. Furthermore, they had arrived by tearing through the void. More importantly, their faces were extremely gloomy, and there was a faint black aura around them. It was obvious that they were holding back their anger. This was really abnormal. The last to arrive was an old man in a gray robe. He had gray hair and a gray beard, giving off an otherworldly aura. He held an ancient compass in his hand, and at this moment his eyes were shining brightly. He looked at the compass in his hand for a few breaths of time, then he raised his hand and pointed. It was precisely the light that had streaked across the void and quietly disappeared. The direction. He said solemnly, "It's over there. The little bastard just left. It's only been 10 minutes. Go after him. He can't escape this time." Zhou Yuchen was a late Star Lord, not far away from becoming a Zone Lord. He wasn't the Vice Master of the Rinjue Palace, but he was the leader of the 5 Star Lords. After confirming the direction of his prey's escape, Zhou Yuchen put on a ferocious expression and turned into an arrow, flying away as he mumbled. The other 4 Star Lords looked at each other and exchanged glances. All of them had ferocious looks on their faces. They didn't hesitate and followed him one after another. The target of these 5 Star Lords was the existence that had just turned into a ray of light and sped away from this void. It was Yi Xian's devouring clone, the invincible war god that the outside world called the invincible war god. To this day, there was still no conclusion as to who the invincible god of war's clone was, because the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace had never been able to capture him. It was a case without clues. During this time, Yi Xian's devouring clone had always stayed in the third universe's territory controlled by the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace. The reason for this was that in this star field, in addition to the 10 extreme celestial palaces, there were other large and small sects and sections. Because it was the cultivation camp, the system was different from that of the technology camp. For the devouring doppelganger, finding suitable prey to devour was an opportunity, and it would be more convenient. On the other hand, the birth of the undying dark phoenix had aroused Yi Xian's interest. This kind of creature originally only existed in the distant Desolation era, but now it had appeared in the ancestral land of the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace. This was really strange. Yi Xian had kept the devouring clone in the cultivation camp. Another purpose was to investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, a creature like the undying dark phoenix only existed in the primordial era. As for the current Yi Xian, due to the headless corpse of the infant, he had all sorts of invisible ties with the legendary Great Desolate Era. Therefore, Yi Xian couldn't ignore all the information and clues related to the Desolation Era. And this undying dark phoenix, even in the distant Desolation Era, was not in existence as common as a dog. Now that it had appeared in the ancestral land of a branch of the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace, it revealed too much information. Yi Xian had to investigate clearly, otherwise he would feel uneasy. This was also the reason why the devouring clone had always been looking for trouble with the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace. Of course, the consequences of doing so were very serious. The 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace had almost never stopped pursuing the devouring clone, but the unique attributes of the devouring clone were there. Moreover, Yi Xian's original body had left the Desolation Ancient Inheritance Tower, the demonic dragon phantom, and the weeping soul bloodhorn to all of them. Hence, the devouring clone. It was precisely because of this that although every battle and ambush that the devouring clone had experienced during this period of time could be said to be a life and death struggle, the final result was always a blessing. In every battle, the devouring clone would face opponents whose cultivation far surpassed him. In fact, it was not just one person. However, every single time, the devouring doppelganger would have a close shave with death. While it would not dare to say that it would be able to kill its opponent every single time, at the very least, it would be able to escape alive every single time. Furthermore, before escaping, it would more or less cause its opponent to suffer a little. If it weren't for this, the illustrious name of the invincible war god wouldn't have been called out. After this period of growth, the devouring clone's cultivation base had risen from the Grotto Heaven realm when he was separated from Yi Xian to the 14th realm, the grand completion of the Cosmic Light Realm Level 9. Compared to Yi Xian's original body, it was 4 small realms stronger. It was only one step away from the 15th realm, the Cosmos Realm. The Cosmos Realm was a watershed for the experts of the starry sky. Before the Cosmos Realm, even the grand completion of the Cosmic Light Realm Level 9 couldn't be called a mighty figure. Only after entering the Cosmos Realm could one be called a mighty figure of the Cosmos Realm. This point alone showed the difference between the Cosmos Realm and the Cosmic Light Realm. For Yi Xian's devouring clone, the opportunity for him to prove his strength to the Cosmos Realm had obviously arrived and matured. This opportunity was the 5 old monsters from the 10 Ultimates' Heavenly Palace's 3rd palace, the Human Extinction Palace, who were tailing him closely. These 5 old monsters had been chasing the devouring clone for a month. During this month, the devouring clone had probed many times. Basically, it had fought with all of them briefly and individually. This kind of battle was a test for the devouring clone. As a perfect clone refined by the innate devouring treasure body, the best and fastest way to improve its strength was to devour. There was no other choice. This time, the devouring clone had set its eyes on the 5 old monsters and was ready to choose one of them to devour. Of course, this kind of devouring obviously couldn't achieve 100% efficiency. In the process of absorbing the energy for its own use, part of the energy would be lost. Moreover, the efficiency of this kind of energy would become lower and lower as the devouring clone's strength increased. Otherwise, devouring a Star Lord wouldn't have only allowed him to advance a small realm and prove his strength to the Cosmos Realm, even though he had already reached the grand completion of the Cosmic Light Realm. Chapter 3868. Whoosh! A black light flashed in the void, and a black beetle about 1,000 feet in size suddenly appeared. It was a void soldier ladle. However, this void soldier ladle was obviously different from the ones seen in the black hole of life in the first universe. Even the emperor of the void soldier ladle group, the 9-star ladle emperor, was only an ant compared to this one. It was like the prime soldier ladle in the starry sky. The 9-star ladle emperor was 1,000 feet in size, and so was this void soldier ladle. In addition, the 9-star ladle emperor had a ghost face with 9 stars on its back, but this prime soldier ladle had 9 giant golden horns on its back. In addition to the bigger one on the top of its head, there were 10 golden horns in total, 1 big and 9 small. It was the void soldier ladle that Yi Xian had transferred to the devouring doppelganger. Now, it had reconstructed its true body, and its strength and cultivation had greatly improved compared to before, growing together with the devouring doppelganger. And now, the cultivation aura emitted from the body of this void ladle had actually reached the Great Circle of Universe rank 9. The void soldier ladle was a companion of the void marrow crystal. It was between a living body and a non-living body. Its entire body was condensed from the extremely hard impurities that were squeezed out during the continuous condensation process of the void marrow crystal. Although they were impurities, they were still repelled from the void marrow crystal. A void marrow crystal represented a universe plane, and it was the embodiment of a universe plane after its extreme condensation. It was enough to show its high level. Even the impurities that were expelled were definitely top-grade materials. Because of this, the crystal body of an ordinary void soldier ladle was extremely hard. Ordinary ship cannons couldn't blast it open, let alone a prime soldier ladle like this one. This void ladle sovereign, who had been reconstructed with the help of Yi Xian's fortune, had only reached the pinnacle of the 9th step of the universe. However, he was still able to fight against 2 Star Lords without being defeated. It could be said that his battle prowess was heaven-shaking. During this period of time, the devouring doppelganger had been tossing and turning in the star region controlled by the 10 absolute celestial palaces. Venerable Void Ladle had taken action twice, and it could be said that he had made great contributions. If it were not for him, the devouring doppelganger would have most likely fallen in those 2 battles. However, it was also because of this that the existence of the Empyrean Ladle Lord was known by the Tenju Celestial Palace. The outside world had yet to determine whose avatar it was, but because of the existence of the Empyrean Ladle Lord, the Tenju Celestial Palace was certain that this avatar belonged to Prince Xian. After all, the fact that Prince Xian had once brought back an 8-star King Ladle from the first universe was no secret in the 3 universes. Since then, the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace had increased their efforts to hunt down the devouring doppelganger. Now, there was already a huge hunting team that had set up a large net and was searching in the void. The 5 Star Lords who had chased after the devouring clone were only a part of them. Of course, the reason why they were able to get so close to the devouring clone was because the old guy with the compass seemed to have mastered some kind of method to lock onto the location of the devouring clone. All of this was actually the result of the latter's deliberate actions. Everything was to lure the enemy into the trap. Now, the trap was ready, and even the bait, Venerable Void Ladle, had taken the initiative to show up. They were just waiting for the fish to take the bait. That black ladle has appeared. It's in the interior of the planet ahead. Surround it. That kid can't escape. He must be inside this planet. Zhou Yuchen keenly discovered the figure of the Void Ladle Lord. His eyes flashed as he shouted and issued an order to the other 4 Star Lords behind him. The 4 of them immediately separated and stood around the abandoned mineral star, surrounding the entire huge planet. Among them, the old guy with the compass was in the northwest direction. When his figure swept toward the ambush point, he habitually lowered his head and glanced at the compass in his hand. Then, his expression changed drastically, and he subconsciously exclaimed softly, "No, it's too late." The devouring clone's indifferent but delighted voice echoed in his ears. Then, a bloody light suddenly appeared behind the old guy's head and turned into a thin, long, curved horn. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Bloody Horn. Phew! Before the devouring clone could finish his sentence, the weeping soul bloody horn had already pierced into the back of the old guy's head and destroyed his mind. His primordial spirit collapsed, and he died instantly. The devouring clone did not hesitate any longer. He waved his hand and collected the old guy along with the ancient compass in his hand. Then he shouted toward the interior of the planet ahead, "Whoremonger, the wind is tight. Retreat." As soon as he said that, he disappeared. He concealed all his aura and rushed toward the rendezvous point that he had decided on earlier. Whoremonger was a title that Venerable Void Ladle Lord had requested himself. Previously, he had been able to reconstruct Venerable Void Ladle's true body because of the power of the Tower of Ancients. He was now a real crystal creature instead of a mark in the Tower of Ancients. It could be said that he had completely gained his own consciousness. In the camp of human cultivators, there was a term for swordsmen. They were all sword cultivators who were known as sword immortals. Venerable Void Ladle Lord was fascinated by them and liked their elegant temperament. Moreover, he was Venerable Void Ladle, so he called himself a whoremonger. The devouring clone did not point it out. Every time he called him that, he would hold back his laughter and almost laugh out loud several times, but the latter never realized it. At this moment, as the old guy who was holding the compass died instantly, and his body was taken away by the devouring clone along with the ancient compass that belonged to the human palace of absolutes. Zhou Yuchen and the other Star Lords were stunned at first, then they burst into fury and roared furiously, "We've been tricked. This is a trap. Damn, we were hunted by that kid, and it seems that he succeeded. If this matter spreads, our reputation will be tarnished, and we will become the laughingstock of countless Star Lords in the three planes. Go after him. He's not even in the universe realm, and now he's separated from Black Ladle, who's as strong as a Star Lord. He can't run far. Once we surround him, we'll capture him in one fell swoop. Black Ladle is coming. He wants to stall us and cover the kid's escape. Ignore him. We'll deal with him after we've dealt with that hateful kid." While roaring, the 4 Star Lords quickly left. Venerable Void Ladle only stopped abruptly when all of them disappeared. He said, "Idiot." Then, he shook his body slightly and disappeared in an instant, quickly moving in another direction. He was not worried about the devouring clone at all. With the Tower of Ancients concealing its aura, even though those old guys were Star Lords, they would never be able to detect it. After all, the Tower of Ancients was a treasure of the ancients on the same level as the Shenong Cauldron and the Netherworld Furnace. Chapter 3869. Universe 3, the Heavenly Wind Empire, one of the 3 empires under the Immortal dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp. Today's 3rd universe seemed to be peaceful. Except for the occasional disturbances of the devouring avatars in half of the star sector controlled by the Tenju Celestial Palace in the Cultivation camp, there had been no major disturbances in the human race's science and technology camp represented by the Immortal dynasty. Of course, the news of the appearance of the universe zombies had raged for a period of time before. In the science and technology camp's Immortal dynasty and even the entire Universe 3 of the human race, it had caused panic. For this reason, the 10,000 Net Alliance and the Immortal dynasty had sent out battleship armies and powerhouses to search for them, but since then, the so-called universe zombies had completely disappeared. The situation where an entire administrative planet of a dynasty was massacred and turned into a ghost realm did not appear again. As time passed, this matter slowly faded from the public eye. Many people believed that it was just a false alarm. Although it was true that an entire planet had been turned into a land of death by the universe zombies, there might be some misunderstanding. It was not the cosmic tragedy of the Heaven Battle planet. The zombies had spread to the universe's starry sky. It was possible that some viruses that had not been completely eliminated were brought to this planet by the battleship. Under certain conditions, it led to another outbreak of the zombie virus inside this planet. If this was the case, this matter would naturally be settled. There was nothing to be afraid of. The entire planet had been fully disinfected and cleaned, so it was impossible for the virus to leak out again. In addition, there was the super accident that broke out in the source of all evil in the first universe, followed by the appearance of young Master Ling Hu again. Not only did he not die, but there was also the news that two other peerless monsters were actually his avatars. Young Master Linghu, the primordial little demon ape, and young Master Netherworld were actually the same person. While the three dimensions were in an uproar, the attention of the human race had also been successfully attracted to the first universe. They were closely watching the chaos of war in the first universe. Gradually, no one paid attention to the news of the universe zombies in the third universe's science and technology camp anymore. In the void, a battleship was slowly sailing alone. This was a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters. However, it was not a battleship, but a merchant ship. The surface of the ship was slightly damaged, giving people the feeling that it had encountered space pirates, broken through the siege, and escaped alone. In the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress, the atmosphere was a bit strange. Although there were a lot of people in the enormous command cabin, they were all drinking wine and feasting on the bloody meat of the ferocious beasts lazily. They did not look like merchants but looked more like space pirates than space pirates. They were all brimming with aggression, and the aura inside their bodies was extremely strong. They were all existences at the cosmic realm and the cosmic realm. Moreover, their auras all revealed a ruthless, bloodthirsty, and cruel intent. Only the figure in the center, surrounded by nearly 1,000 figures, was sitting in front of a big table like a gentleman, slowly tasting red wine while holding a knife and fork, cutting a large piece of ferocious beast meat on a plate. Although he was also eating it raw, and the bloody scene was extremely horrifying, this person's movements were extremely elegant, as if he was tasting a piece of top-grade beef. He gently cut off a small piece, put it into his mouth with a fork, and chewed slowly. After swallowing, he nodded slightly in satisfaction, took a sip of red wine from a maid beside him, and continued cutting the meat. To the left and right of this gentlemanlike seductive man, there was a young woman of the human clan with a seductive figure and a beautiful appearance. Her clothes were extremely revealing, and they served him like maids. However, the cultivation of these two maids had clearly reached the first level of universe realm. This was simply shocking. This man actually had a cosmic realm expert as his maids. It should be known that these two maids were extremely young at first glance. Even the cosmic realm Dao child of the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe could not be compared to them. In fact, the nearly 1,000 figures in the top cabin were all extremely young. There were very few female cultivators, and most of them were strong men. Their cultivation was not weak, and the difference was that the cosmic realm experts were all at the cosmic realm. In the current 3 dimensions of the universe, there were probably only a very small number of races and forces that could possess so many prodigies of the younger generation at the cosmic light realm and above. This existence who was leisurely drinking red wine and tasting the bloody meat of the ferocious beasts was none other than the zombie king, Tuoba Linfeng. At this moment, the aura emanating from his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th rank of the cosmic realm. He was only 1 step away from the Star-Lord state. Since he was there was no doubt as to the origin of these 1,000 figures in the top cabin of the small fortress. They were all zombie generals under the Zombie King's command. Not only had they developed self-awareness, becoming new zombie lives as if they had been reborn, but they had also evolved to a very high level and could already transform into human bodies, not revealing the slightest bit of zombie aura. Of course, if necessary, even the 2 beautiful women who were serving Tuoba Linfeng's meal could instantly transform into ferocious and terrifying cosmic zombies, just like the experts of the various races of the second universe who had activated their bloodline true forms. For them, this kind of zombie physique had indeed been formed. For a bloodline-like existence. What was even more strange was that although this small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters was sailing in the void, there was not a single person controlling the battleship in the command cabin on the top floor at this moment. There was not even the slightest hum of the kinetic energy cabin. It was as if this was not an interstellar battleship at all. Unfortunately, this happened to be the case. This small fortress was transformed from the fusion of 5 cosmic zombies with the metal attribute. In a sense, the product of the fusion of the 5 cosmic zombies could also be said to be a life fortress. However, it was completely incomparable to the life fortress in Yi Xian's hands. The difference could only be said to be like heaven and earth. This zombie fortress only had a shape. Although it had certain offensive capabilities and could evolve to continuously improve itself, it was completely incomparable to the perfect evolution of the world bugs that formed the life fortress. There was no comparison at all. Boss, a fleet has appeared in front of us. The scale is not bad. It seems to be a commercial fleet. Although there are only a dozen battleships, all of them are large and small fortresses. It was also at this moment that an enchanting maid next to Tooba Linfeng suddenly spoke with a cruel smile on her face. She licked her lips and continued, "There must be a lot of fresh meat inside, and there must be experts. Hee, that's high-level meat. Boss, after swallowing this fleet, you should be able to break through the universe state and become a Star Lord in one fell swoop, becoming a Star Lord old monster and a zombie emperor." Chapter 3870. This fleet belonged to a top family in the Heavenly Wind Empire's capital, the Heavenly Wind Planet. Although there were only 12 warships in the fleet, they were all fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters and a diameter of 100,000 meters. 2 of them were battle fortresses, and the remaining 10 were commercial fortresses that only had a certain amount of offensive capabilities. The materials in the fleet were very important, and the quantity was huge. Therefore, the 2 almighties of the family were in charge of the fleet. This was not the first universe, where wars were frequent, nor was it the second universe, where space pirates were rampant. Although there were space pirates in the void of the third universe, at least they were not as rampant. The third universe had been unified by the human race, and the 2 camps each occupied half of the entire dimension. Therefore, although there were space pirates, they could not be rampant. It was enough to have 2 supreme beings in charge of the fleet. At this time, one of the 2 supreme beings had already discovered the small fortress that was slowly approaching in the void ahead. The small fortress was a commercial ship, so it did not arouse his vigilance. However, because the surface of this small fortress was slightly damaged, it was obvious that it had just been bombarded by the ship's cannons. It should have broken through the siege and escaped. Therefore, the Grand Expert still attracted a lot of attention, because it suggested that there might be a fairly powerful space pirate gang in the space ahead. Otherwise, such a small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters would not be in such a sorry state. Although it was a commercial ship, it was a small fortress after all, and it only had a certain combat capability. It was not something that ordinary star-level battleships could provoke. Despite their doubts, the order was quickly given. The entire fleet slowed down and headed towards the small fortress of merchant ships in the void ahead. The 2 sides approached each other very quickly. Right when the commercial fleet was about to send out a communication request and ask what had happened to the broken fortress, an unexpected change suddenly took place. Boom! A huge thunderous explosion sounded, and the entire small fortress with a diameter of 50,000 meters suddenly exploded without any warning. There was no fire, but the small fortress disintegrated in the void and turned into 5 huge fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters, ferocious fortresses. It didn't look like a starry sky battleship at all. Instead, it looked more like a mixture of flesh and metal. Brandishing its sharp blades, it opened its bloody mouth and rushed straight up. The 5 huge monsters all exuded the aura of universe realm cultivation. Although they had just entered the universe realm, there were 5 of them after all, and their overall strength was extremely terrifying. Such a strange change instantly stunned all the powerhouses in the commercial fleet. They had never imagined such a scene, but it really happened in front of them at this moment. Everything was like a horror movie in space. But this was not all. As Xianxia's small fortress exploded, 5 ferocious monsters made of flesh and metal appeared. At the same time, nearly 1,000 figures fell out of Xianxia's small fortress and appeared in the void. They were all human cultivators, but they were actually transforming. Roar! The first to transform was a young human beauty with an extremely enchanting figure. As she raised her head and roared, her body instantly expanded, turning into a ferocious monster that was 10,000 feet tall. Her body was covered with tentacles, and some mucus was secreting from the small holes all over her body. It was too disgusting. It was simply a moving mountain of flesh full of tentacles and small holes, and this mountain of flesh was alive. What was even more strange was that there were invisible ripples spreading out from the countless tentacles of this mountain of flesh. In an instant, it shrouded the void, and more than 10 large and small strongholds were all shrouded in it. These invisible ripples were a unique biological frequency. Its function was to temporarily interrupt the communication in this corner of the void. The signal of the star network could no longer be transmitted. Then, from this disgusting mountain of flesh, an extremely pleasant voice of a human woman came out. "Boss, the control is successful. This corner of the void has been isolated, and the signal of the star network cannot be transmitted. We can start work now." Roar. Screech. Just as the pleasant-sounding human woman finished speaking, the nearly 1,000 figures in the void around her moved in unison. At this moment, furious roars shook the sky, and violent howls rang out continuously. The nearly 1,000 figures all began to transform, just like the masters in the Federation of the Second Universe who activated their bloodlines and revealed their bloodline true forms. The only difference was that the gigantic figures revealed by these 1,000 figures were not only strange, but all of them emitted a dense evil aura. Some of them were even made of rotten flesh and blood, and they were constantly wriggling as if they wanted to devour everything. Among them, one of them even turned into a bone dragon that was hundreds of meters long. No, it was not a bone dragon because there was still a lot of flesh and blood left on this dragon's body. However, it was all rotten and emitted a disgusting aura that was extremely evil. These guys were originally human corpses that had mutated into zombie life forms, but with the subsequent evolution, they had all taken different evolutionary paths. There was actually a guy who had the bloodline characteristics of a rotten corpse dragon. This was too shocking. All the masters in the merchant fleet ahead had long been so scared that they were trembling all over. At this moment, they finally understood what was going on. In horror and despair, cries of alarm rang out in an instant. Zombies! Universe zombies! Heavens, one of them has actually evolved to the level of a rotten corpse dragon. How long has this group of universe zombies been growing? They have clearly become a force to be reckoned with. Universe Almighties. Nearly a third of them are Universe Almighties, and the rest are all existences in the cosmic light realm. It's over, we're finished. It's not just us, the entire human race is finished. This universe zombie army has always existed and did not continue to wreak havoc on the planets. Instead, they rushed into the void of the universe and specifically devoured fleet after fleet. Do you see those 5 monsters that are a mixture of metal and flesh? They are clearly fighting continuously. They can even devour spaceships. No wonder there have been rumors that the third universe is not peaceful recently. Many merchant fleets have disappeared completely without a trace. Originally, they had all encountered this universe zombie army. Even the spaceships were devoured and digested. Heavens, this is too terrifying. It's over, the human race is finished. When the chaos started, no one was aware of it at all. In the face of an army of nearly 1,000 cosmic light realm and above zombies, including more than 300 universe almighties, the entire merchant fleet did not even have the desire to resist. Amidst the cries of alarm, some people chose to escape from the spaceships, while others directly chose to self-destruct. This was better than enduring the great horror of being devoured alive by the universe zombies while they were still alive. After half a day, the entire void regained its tranquility again. Chapter 3871. Roar. 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Third transformation. In the final change, Yi Xian raised his head and roared. The blood and qi within the 3 true bodies surged endlessly. At first, it was like a roaring river, but then it turned into a boundless sea of rage. His body quickly expanded, reaching a height of 10,000 meters. In just a few breaths of time, Yi Xian activated the devil ape true body and directly activated the first 3 transformations of the devil ape, causing his true body to reach 100,000 feet in size. His cultivation had also increased by 3 small levels, and he had finally reached the first level of the Star Lord realm. Yi Xian had experienced the magnificent power of the Star Lord state for the first time. It was quite an amazing feeling. He felt more intimate with the universe outside his body when he was in the universe state, and vaguely felt the traces of the laws of the universe. However, after he became a Star Lord, not only was the feeling clearer, he even felt that he could manipulate the trajectories of the laws of the universe and use them for himself. Of course, it was very weak. However, it was of great significance for Yi Xian. While he was a Star Lord, Yi Xian was confident that he could capture the Heavenly Eye without alarming the headless baby, even if the Heavenly Eye was observing everything in secret in the depths of the root of all evil. He could activate the interstellar jump ability and escape before the Heavenly Eye could find him. It meant that Yi Xian was finally ready to enter the root of all evil again after his seclusion. He could take action at any time. However, in order to ensure that he had the strength of a Star Lord, Yi Xian could only use the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demon ape when he entered the source of all evil. Moreover, he had to maintain the third transformation of the demon ape. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to guarantee his strength as a Star Lord. He would be in a very passive position if anything happened. Activate the interstellar jump ability immediately and lock onto the destination, the root of all evil. Yi Xian ended his seclusion with slight anxiety. He took a deep breath after making all the preparations, then issued an order to the absorption system in his body. An extremely feeble light flashed, and the true form of the demonic ape, which was still in the third transformation of the demonic ape, suddenly disappeared. He had been worried that it would be inconvenient to use the interstellar jump ability in such a state. After all, Yi Xian had always been in the shape of an ordinary human being when he used the system's ability. However, he was in the true form of a ferocious beast at the moment, which was definitely different. The system would have to bear a different burden when it activated the interstellar jump ability. Yi Xian was even a little worried that his interstellar coordinate jumping ability would be fundamentally affected by such a large and terrifying state, causing him to fail. But reality proved that all of this was just unnecessary worry. In the end, the interstellar coordinate jump ability was successfully activated. With a flash of light, Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared from where he stood. In the root of all evil, the origin of all evil. Today, the root of all evil star field no longer had the so-called outer region, central region buffer zone, or core hinterland. Previously, these three regions were separated by an array formation, but now, the three regions were unified. The array formation had disappeared, and they had become a vast star field. But even so, in this vast and boundless star domain, it was still deathly silent. Ever since the last great change, the entire star domain, the source of all evil, no longer had any living beings. Those that remained inside had all been thrown into the netherworld furnace by the Heavenly Eye. Outside this star field, no one, no matter which top force of the three dimensions or individual cultivators, dared to enter this star field. The root of all evil was originally known as the most dangerous star field in the first universe. Now, it had become the most dangerous star field in the three dimensions. Even Sector Lord-level ferocious beasts were killed instantly, and two of them at that. Was there anything more terrifying than this? Even if one had the guts to enter, they would not dare to enter easily. In fact, everyone was too worried. Currently, there was no danger in this star field that was the source of all evil. As early as the second day after that unforeseen event, the Heavenly Dao's green eye had already left. Furthermore, it was a complete evacuation, not leaving behind a single trace of consciousness to secretly spy on this star domain, or rather, the netherworld furnace. Because that was completely unnecessary. This time, the netherworld furnace was not condensing some kind of object as the outside world experts, including Yi Xian, had guessed. It was just eating. It had never eaten before, and this was only the first time it was eating. The so-called eating was for the sake of evolution. Yes, the netherworld furnace was about to evolve. Everything that was swallowed into the netherworld furnace, including the corpses and flesh of countless starry sky experts from the three dimensions, the alloy wreckage of tens of millions of battleships, the corpses of millions of ferocious beasts, and the things that were originally treated as waste material were spat out from the netherworld furnace. The remains of primordial creatures that were spat out, Everything was just the nourishment that the netherworld furnace needed for its self-evolution. It was not a raw material for refining some kind of object, but merely nourishment for its own growth. After all these materials were thrown into the netherworld furnace, they were immediately crushed by the huge, ancient millstone in the central region of the furnace, and turned into a mixture of flesh and alloy. However, these materials were not condensed by the power of the netherworld furnace. They were stored in the central hole of the huge millstone in the netherworld furnace all along. From that moment on, the netherworld furnace that was accidentally activated became silent again. The rumbling sound of the millstone turning disappeared, as if the netherworld furnace had entered a dormant state again. This was indeed the case. After all the nourishment for evolution was ground into pulp, the netherworld furnace entered a special dormant state like a cultivator going into seclusion, and it had not ended until now. During this period of time, the special mixture of flesh and alloy in the central hole of the huge millstone in the furnace continued to decrease. It was like the sea level gradually drying up due to evaporation. Moreover, the originally huge amount of this special material was about to reach the bottom in the central hole of the netherworld furnace's millstone. There was only a thin layer left, and it would completely dry up at any time. Without a doubt, once it reached the bottom, this special mixture of flesh and alloy would be completely exhausted. The netherworld furnace would awaken again, and this evolution would also come to an end. Chapter 3872. Xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Yixian appeared in the third form of the ancient devil ape true body. When the three-headed, six-armed ancient devil ape appeared in the source of all evil star field, Yixian's heart was in his throat. At this moment, he was ready to escape immediately if the situation was not right. Even when the interstellar coordinate jump ability had just ended, the moment his figure appeared, he had already issued a system command and was ready to launch a second jump. However, the truth was that nothing had happened, which made him feel as if he had punched a cotton ball. What's going on? Yixian turned his head to look around, feeling dumbfounded. The entire source of all evil star field was dead silent, and there was no movement in the vast and boundless void, giving him the illusion that he had come to a dead zone. Not only did he not feel the slightest pressure related to the heavenly eye, even the netherworld furnace seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep again, silent. Could it be that the refining has been completed, and the special product of the netherworld furnace has been taken away by the heavenly eye? The three pairs of giant eyes of the ancient devil ape flashed with a dark light, and as he muttered to himself, there was a faint feeling of uneasiness in his heart. If that's the case, it means that this young master is one step too late. And if the product of the netherworld furnace has been taken away this time, it means that this item is of great use to the eye of the heavenly Tao. The special refining this time is not a coincidence, but premeditated. Unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. Otherwise, as long as I came before that condensed product was taken away, even if I just took a look at it from a distance, I would at least know what it is. With this, I can more or less deduce some information. As he muttered to himself, a look of regret appeared on the face of the ancient devil ape. Then Yixian seemed to have thought of something, and after hiding his figure, he circled around the core area of the source of all evil. After confirming that the heavenly eye did not leave any perception, he directly dispelled it. He got rid of the ancient devil ape's bloodline true body state. Returning to his human form, his cultivation base also recovered to the 14th level, the 5th level of the cosmic realm. Since the eye of the heavens was not here, there was no need to maintain the ancient demon ape third transformation at all times. It was simply too large, and even if he used his concealment technique, it would be quite difficult and inconvenient. Now that he had returned to his human form, Yixian felt much more relaxed. He immediately activated his mental power secret technique, perfect oscillation, and completely concealed his body and aura. Then, he flew towards the netherworld furnace. Although the heavenly Tao's green eye had already left with the unexpected product of the netherworld furnace, and Yixian had lost the opportunity to see what the netherworld furnace had condensed this time, he was still unwilling to give up. He decided to go deep into the netherworld furnace and explore it. Perhaps he would be able to find some clues and deduce some information from it. Yi Xian had given up a drop of true blood of the demon ape to the netherworld cauldron and received its protection. In the star field of the source of all evil, he was unaffected by the pressure of the netherworld cauldron, just like all the other native vicious beasts. But that could only be achieved when he was in his true form of the three-headed six-armed demon ape. But now, he was in his human form and had not activated the true blood of the demon ape in his body, so he still did not feel the slightest bit of pressure. This was very unusual, and it made Yi Xian feel a rush of excitement. He felt that perhaps he could directly enter the interior of the netherworld furnace. His guess was right. The netherworld furnace was now in the final stage of its evolution, and all its functions were suspended. Not a single trace of pressure was emitted from it. Normally, even the native vicious beasts protected by the netherworld furnace could only get close to the edge of the netherworld furnace, and could not enter the interior of the netherworld furnace at all. But now, all this was not a problem, but this was also temporary. Once the netherworld furnace completed this evolution and fully awakened from this dormant state, the original pressure of the netherworld furnace would be released again, and it would be even more terrifying. Therefore, in a sense, Yi Xian's arrival this time was really extremely coincidental. If he was half a day later, he would not be able to enter the netherworld furnace smoothly, unless he was protected by the headless baby corpse like the first time he arrived. Soon Yi Xian, who had activated the spiritual power secret technique perfectly, leaped up and crossed the mouth of the netherworld furnace. Then, he landed and entered the netherworld furnace with ease. The whole netherworld furnace was as silent as death. There was not the slightest sensation, and there was not the slightest movement. Yi Xian's eyes swept through the interior of the netherworld furnace, and soon he had a panoramic view of everything. All the other areas were as usual, and there was no difference at all. Only in the central void of the central region of the millstone, there was a thin layer of substance, which looked like a mixture of flesh and alloy. It should be the remains of the starry sky experts, native vicious beasts, and the remains of the battleships that had been sucked into the netherworld furnace before. It was the mixture after the remains were crushed by the millstone. What was strange was that this thin layer of mixture seemed to be being absorbed at this moment, and was still slowly decreasing. It was likely that in another 2 hours or so, it would completely disappear. No, the situation is a bit abnormal. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. He whispered softly, "These mixed substances are slowly being consumed." It seems that this time, the netherworld furnace is not carrying out any unplanned condensation, but absorbing and evolving. Foliage *T. It can't be? Those mixed substances formed by the remains of countless starry sky experts, native vicious beasts, ancient creatures, and millions of battleships, are actually being absorbed by the netherworld furnace to help it evolve? This is very likely. The netherworld furnace was originally made of a special kind of rare treasure metal, so it is understandable that it can absorb the remains of millions of battleships. Compared with the material of the netherworld furnace itself, the so-called universal alloy that was used to build these battleships is probably just a low-grade metal. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that the power of the netherworld furnace will be even more powerful after the time transformation is completed? What is the Heaven's Green Eye trying to do? Let this netherworld furnace evolve again and give birth to self-consciousness, just like giving birth to an artifact spirit? This is the rhythm of turning into a spirit. Muttering to himself, Yi Xian's expression kept changing. Although all this was just his guess, from the current situation, this guess should be the truth. While muttering, his eyes drifted away, and once again swept towards the central void of the millstone. At this time, the originally thin layer of mixture had already revealed a corner of the millstone's void. Chapter 3873. The netherworld furnace was about to awaken, and Yi Xian was alarmed. This was because the netherworld furnace had evolved this time, and its power would definitely be stronger. Yi Xian did not think that he could withstand it. Although he could use the Shenong cauldron to protect himself, he was currently inside the netherworld furnace. This heavy artifact was of the same grade as the Shenong cauldron. Now that it had evolved, the Shenong cauldron should be able to protect Yi Xian, but it might not be able to break through space and escape. If the heavenly Tao I was alerted during this period of time, it would be troublesome. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became anxious. He wanted to immediately soar up and rush out of the netherworld furnace. Walala! It was also at this moment that the dense sounds of chains suddenly erupted. All of the rune chains inside and outside the netherworld cauldron began to tremble at this moment. A terrifying pressure that made Yi Xian feel suffocated instantly appeared out of thin air inside the netherworld furnace. It was too late. This thought flashed through his mind. Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape, so as to avoid falling into a predicament. However, at this moment, a familiar burning sensation suddenly came from his left chest. The headless corpse had once again awakened on its own. This made Yi Xian somewhat surprised. It was not in line with the nature of the infant corpse. Could it be that he had sensed something and was unwilling to leave? Yi Xian immediately dispelled the idea of activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability to escape. With the infant corpse taking action, he was completely fearless. He did not have to worry about his own safety, nor did he have to worry about being detected by the netherworld furnace. Last time, under the protection of the headless infant corpse, this precious treasure of the primordial era, he had gone back and forth inside the netherworld furnace. Voila! Hua! The sound of chains was still the same. The netherworld furnace had completely awakened. Yi Xian was hiding in a corner of the netherworld furnace, paying close attention to everything. Soon, he heard a strange clanging sound. Turning his head, he discovered that the chains inside and outside the netherworld furnace had fallen off on their own. The chains of the netherworld furnace were divided into two types. The first type extended from the void to the top of the netherworld furnace, transporting raw materials to the huge millstone in the furnace. The other was to pass through the cauldron from the bottom of the cauldron and extend to the ends of the void in the distance to transport the condensed all-evil origin liquid. But now, these two chains had been temporarily broken by the netherworld furnace. The only difference was that the inner wall below passed through the cauldron and extended to the ends of the void in the distance. The chains used to transport the refined all-evil origin elixir were detached from the end of the netherworld cauldron. The chains still existed, but they were no longer connected to the netherworld cauldron and lay across the void. However, the chains that transported the raw materials were disconnected halfway in the void. Half of their length was still connected to the outer wall of the netherworld cauldron. Each chain was several million miles long, and there were over 10,000 of them. Did the netherworld furnace really gain sentience? Was he trying to escape? Or was it because they had been exposed that they wanted to imitate the celestial legacy race and begin a migration? Yi Xian was bewildered. He cried out in alarm inwardly. But he quickly refuted this theory. The netherworld furnace was a large-scale void refining system. It extended from the void in the distance. There were over 10,000 chains that transported the raw materials and extended to the faraway void. There were also over 10,000 chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid. Each chain was located at a different void location. Some were even located at unknown dimensions of the universe. How could they be moved just like that? Just the location of these void and unknown dimensions of the universe was a massive project. Perhaps only existences at the level of the heavenly Tao I could accomplish this alone. However, he had yet to recover, so there was no way he would have the time to do this. Therefore, although it was theoretically possible for the netherworld furnace to migrate, the current conditions did not allow it. Besides, the current situation did not look like a migration. If it was a complete migration, the netherworld furnace would definitely take all the chains with it. But now, almost all of the chains were left behind. Only the 10,000 chains used to transport the raw materials were left, and half of them were still connected to the outer wall of the netherworld furnace. This made the netherworld furnace look like an incomparably huge tentacled monster. Only the chains used to transport the raw materials were left behind. This point was worth thinking about. If there were no accidents, the netherworld furnace should not be migrating, but temporarily leaving the source of all evil to hunt. And the target of its hunt was obviously the raw materials used to refine the all-evil origin liquid. The hunting area must be other unknown voids beyond the 10,000 fixed void planes. This unexpected evolution allowed the netherworld furnace to possess a certain level of self-awareness and the ability to hunt on its own. Therefore, all of this could unfold. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yi Xian was pondering, this netherworld furnace that seemed to have gained sentience soared into the sky. Tens of thousands of rune chains that were millions of miles long burst out with a strange light at the same time. Like tens of thousands of space pythons, they shot towards a certain point in the void with incomparable agility. They fiercely slashed open, tearing a huge crack in the void. An incomparably loud and clear sound of tearing silk could be heard. Then, without waiting for Yi Xian to come back to his senses, the huge netherworld furnace suddenly shot out, plunging headfirst into the newly torn void crack. From this moment onwards, Yi Xian's field of vision turned completely dark. The netherworld furnace seemed to have entered some sort of spatial turbulence. Only incomparably intense sounds of air breaking could be heard, but nothing could be seen. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. Only then did he realize that he had arrived at an unknown void. He should have jumped out of the first universe plane, and was not even in the three great planes. This mysterious void was clearly an exiled universe plane, and it was incomplete. Moreover, it exuded an extremely strong desolate aura. It should be a part of the ancient starry sky of the desolate era. It had the same origin as the desolate cage connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. Moreover, it was also separated and exiled. The only difference was that the broken void in the demon domain of the first universe was not only a cage, but also a burial ground. It exuded an endless aura of death, causing people to despair. Although the starry sky here was as dark as the one before, without even a single shining star, if one carefully sensed it, one could capture countless life auras. Although they were obscure and ethereal, they were extremely powerful. Most of the life auras were emitted from the relatively large stars in this exiled desolate galaxy. Moreover, in the depths of the cores of these stars, there were clearly extremely powerful creatures hibernating. In addition, in the large number of void cracks that spread throughout the entire broken void, there were also some auras that could be vaguely found. Although the number was much smaller, it was even more terrifying and powerful without exception. Chapter 3874. This giant tortoise was clearly the original body of the void tortoise, but its size was much, much smaller. At this moment, the old tortoise was silently floating in the void. It was unknown how many years it had been silent. No matter how the void turbulence in the void cracks surged and eroded, the giant tortoise's dark and terrifying body was not damaged at all. It had never been shaken. Moreover, on the giant tortoise's back that was as vast as a terrifying continent, there was a terrifying black demonic blade. It was unknown how many thousands of miles long the blade was, but a small half of it had been inserted into the tortoise's back. It was incomparably sharp. This devil blade was gray in color and revealed blood-green markings. It was extremely evil, and it revealed a sort of evil aura that shook the soul. At the instant one looked at it, it actually caused one to have the misconception that a strand of brutal and monstrous shapeless devil flames was surging and surging over to assault the face. Moreover, the exposed half of the demonic blade was covered with hideous gaps, silently telling how tragic the battle it had experienced in the past was. Although the demonic blade's power was similarly dim and not as fierce as before, the faint aura that faintly revealed was no different from the energy demonic blade condensed by Tuoba Linfeng's bloodline ability, Demonic Flame Space Flash Slash. If there was a difference, it would be this blade that was inserted vertically on the giant tortoise's back. The black demonic blade on the giant tortoise's back was solid. When Tuoba Linfeng was fighting with Yi Xian, he suddenly waved his hand and shot out a faint light from his glabella. In less than half a breath, it turned into a mountain demonic blade, but it was illusory. The demonic blade had been damaged, and the giant tortoise was dormant. This scene had been going on for countless years and had never changed. The demonic blade that Tuoba Linfeng used at that time was actually condensed from a kind of incomplete ability called Demonic Flame Space Flash Slash. Once it was used, the corpse energy in the body would instantly condense and take shape. Its power was terrifying and evil, and it could even absorb the opponent's vitality, qi, blood, and soul power. It could be called a secret technique of the corpse Dao. In that battle, the blood-green demonic blade that hovered above Tuoba Linfeng's head made Yi Xian feel a kind of fear and trepidation. It even made him wonder if the ancient being who left behind that bloodline ability in the primordial era really had a real demonic saber in his hands. Just the energy form of the demonic blade that was condensed from the corpse energy was already so terrifying. Even Yi Xian's quasi-starry sky treasure-level battle weapon, withered demon blood blade, was slightly inferior. If this fierce blade really had a real body, its demonic power was simply unimaginable. This was what Yi Xian saw in his heart at that time. He didn't expect that everything was confirmed now. In the primordial age, there was indeed such a supreme demonic blade. No one knew which enemy powerhouse it belonged to, but it was definitely a supreme existence in the primordial age. Otherwise, how could it hurt the void giant turtle? Up until now, this supreme ominous blade was still stuck in the back of the giant void tortoise. This was definitely a scene that had appeared since the primordial era millions and millions of years ago. It had continued until now, and it made one tremble with fear. For hundreds of millions of years, the giant tortoise's body had such a demonic blade. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes turned red and he clenched his fists. After all, his cultivation method, the hollow void tactics, originated from the hollow void giant tortoise. In a sense, the hollow void giant tortoise could be regarded as a kind of master in the starry sky environment. It wasn't just Yi Xian. In fact, the moment he saw the giant tortoise in the void crack in the distance, the headless corpse reacted. Yi Xian clearly felt that the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly became more scorching hot, faintly revealing a strong sense of anger. But the headless corpse didn't immediately make a move. It suppressed its anger and was probably waiting for the right time. After all, the netherworld furnace had only come to this ancient void full of cracks, but it hadn't entered the crack where the giant tortoise was. Now was not the best time to make a move. Yi Xian also suppressed the anger and impulse in his heart. He took a deep breath and began to search for information about the black demonic blade in the devouring system's database. Previously, the system hadn't come into contact with the black demonic blade, so the database was almost blank. There was only a little information about the energy form demonic blade in Tuoba Linfeng's hands. But now, it was different. The main body of the black demonic blade had already appeared and was seen by Yi Xian. Although he hadn't personally come into contact with it, with Yi Xian's estimation, the devouring system was more or less able to deduce and analyze some information. Currently, the system's database contained data related to this black demonic blade. It should have been updated. This time, Yi Xian wasn't disappointed. Because he had only seen the black demonic blade's true form through the void crack in the distance, he hadn't come into contact with it personally. Therefore, the system didn't deduce much information about it, especially the specific grade. There was almost no information about its current grade, status, and so on. But for its origin, the system had a rough deduction result. This black demonic blade was suspected to be a supreme ominous blade from the heavenly demon realm called the demonic blade. Its grade should be a primordial treasure. Although it couldn't be compared to the Shenong cauldron and the netherworld furnace, it came from the mysterious heavenly demon realm and was related to the legendary heavenly demon realm. Because it was related to demons, its power was also extremely strange and powerful. Otherwise, this blade wouldn't have been able to stay on the back of the void tortoise for countless years, acting as a kind of suppression to prevent the void tortoise from recovering from its injuries. As for its current grade and status, the system couldn't deduce it. However, looking at the demonic blade's chipped body, its power should be very limited. This kind of primordial treasure-level murderous weapon must have a powerful blade spirit inside. Otherwise, this blade wouldn't have been able to suppress the void tortoise. Over the countless years, the void tortoise had never recovered because of the entanglement of this demonic blade, and its injuries might even be getting worse. However, this situation was also relative, because this kind of stalemate was originally a kind of mutual consumption. The void tortoise was about to be dragged to death, but this demonic blade wasn't any better. After all these years of entanglement, the two had formed a delicate and stable balance between each other. No one was stronger than the other, not even a little bit stronger. Under such circumstances, if there was an external force to break this stalemate balance, it wouldn't be difficult to save the void tortoise. Realizing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he instantly became excited. He had a strong premonition that this time, he would definitely be able to save the void tortoise. To him, this was not only the meaning of finally obtaining the complete Dongshu ancient chant, but more importantly, his own. Chapter 3875. In addition to the void crack where the void giant tortoise was, there were other void cracks in this ancient and mysterious void. They were densely packed, one after another. Almost every fissure had one or two primordial beings in it. These creatures had different auras. Some were primordial era supremes, some were primordial era mighty figures, and some were even weaker than primordial era mighty figures. Even their state of existence was different. Some were full of vitality. Clearly, after a long period of hibernation, they had mostly recovered from the injuries they sustained in the primordial era battle. It was almost time for them to return to the world in their peak state. It was not far away. As for some, they had already turned into corpses. The injuries left behind in that incomparable battle back then were too severe. Furthermore, they did not receive a top-grade resource like the source of all evil, so they were unable to hold on and ultimately died. What remained in the void cracks were merely corpses, but they still retained the pressure and aura they had when they were alive. It was obvious that they were extremely powerful beings. However, most of them were extremely weak like the void tortoise. Some were in slightly better condition, but they could only be considered as primordial era creatures who had yet to recover from their injuries. As far as Yi Xian could see, he could see ancient creatures that had long been extinct in the three great universes of the current world. It was impossible to see them again. Blue Luan, Silver Dragon, Blue Fire Elephant, Golden Crow, Mutated Unicorn. However, it was hard to tell which camp these primordial era creatures belonged to in the primordial era battle. Perhaps the creatures of the desolate era in the spatial rifts were from both sides. Who knows? The primordial era battle must have been very tragic. The experts from both camps who were lucky enough to survive did not care too much. They randomly found a void crack, plunged into it, and began to hibernate to recover. This was very likely. However, for the void refining array with the netherworld furnace as the center, this mysterious void crack was definitely of great significance. It was an excellent source of raw materials. However, when the void refining array was set up by the Heavenly Dao's green eye after the primordial era battle, it clearly did not make this mysterious void crack into a void crack connected by raw materials. Either the Heavenly Dao's green eye hadn't discovered this void at that time, or there was some other reason that made him think otherwise. But no matter which one it was, it didn't matter to the current netherworld furnace. After this round of evolution, the netherworld furnace had developed a basic level of self-awareness. It was as if it had a spirit of its own, and could now leave the origin of all evil and enter other planes of existence to hunt. This was the reason he had come to this mysterious void. While Yi Xian was mulling over all of this, the hunt for the netherworld furnace finally began. Hua! Walala! The sound of chains rang out, interrupting Yi Xian's train of thought. His gaze was drawn over, causing Yi Xian's gaze to freeze. In his line of sight, the chains of the netherworld furnace had already started moving again, sweeping towards the nearest spatial crack. In that spatial crack, there was clearly a 3,000 zhang long silver dragon, but from the looks of it, it should have already fallen. Even so, the silver dragon's 3,000 zhang long body was still shining with silver light. It emitted a dazzling light. Its aura was still oppressive, and there was a hideous wound on its back that occupied a third of its long and narrow body. Silver dragon blood could be seen that had not dried up yet. This was definitely an extremely powerful silver dragon. Even if its cultivation strength had not reached the level of the primordial era when it was alive, it was not far from it. Walala, thousands of chains swung out at the same time, each of them millions of li long. They were all like giant pythons in the starry sky, appearing extremely agile and extraordinary. These thousands of chains pierced into the spatial crack at the same time, locking onto the corpse of the silver dragon. They directly tied it up, wrapped around it, and pulled it out fiercely. In the blink of an eye, the silver dragon's corpse was pulled out of the spatial crack. With a light toss, it fell into the mouth of the netherworld furnace and fell into it. It landed in the empty space around the central millstone. Obviously, this time, the netherworld furnace was only dispatched to hunt. Therefore, the central region millstone would not be activated. All the prey would return to the source of all evil star region after the hunt was over. Then, they would be sucked into the central region millstone and crushed into mud. Coincidentally, the position where the silver dragon was thrown into the space inside the netherworld furnace was not far from Yixian. As if it was specially given to him, Yixian only needed to wave his hand and use the power of the Shinong furnace to absorb it into the space inside the furnace. Looking at the silver dragon's corpse, Yixian's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he was extremely envious. He still had a few more minor breakthroughs before he could advance to the grand circle of the cosmic light realm. At that time, he would use the level 15 liquid, and the level 16 liquid would become his top priority. Even though this time, because he had found the void tortoise's body, he had reconnected the broken path of cultivation in the ancient Dongshu chant. However, to Yixian, this kind of cultivation method was similar to body tempering, and he could not give up on it. Cultivating both the cultivation method and the physical body at the same time, and advancing at the same time, his battle prowess would be even more powerful. He, who was originally stronger than other powerhouses of the same level, would become a true monster of the present age. Therefore, the level 16 liquid was the level 17 and level 18 liquid that Yixian had to start refining. Top-grade treasured blood and flesh like the silver dragon's corpse would be the best material. To Yixian, it was rare and valuable. However, now was not the time to collect it. In any case, the silver dragon's corpse had not been thrown into the central millstone to be crushed into mud. Yixian could wait until the netherworld furnace had hunted a considerable amount of such top-grade treasures before making a move. He would clean it up in one go, and then quickly withdraw and leave. Walala, the strange sound of the chains continued. This was the netherworld furnace's first hunt after its evolution, and it obviously would not give up so easily. A single silver dragon's corpse was far from enough to satisfy it. However, this mysterious void had a large number of void cracks, and each crack contained one or two extremely powerful primordial life forms that had suffered extremely heavy injuries. To the netherworld furnace, this was a hunting paradise. After coming to such a place, how could it not enjoy itself? With a clatter, the netherworld cauldron drifted forward. After a short while, it arrived not far from a spatial rift. Immediately after, thousands of rune chains that were millions of kilometers long shot out, charging into the spatial rift and plunging into it. In this void crack, there was the corpse of a blue luan. It was still thousands of feet long, and it had already fallen. This blue luan was the netherworld furnace's second target. Chapter 3876. In less than half a day, the netherworld furnace attacked again and again. At this time, the number of corpses of powerful ancient creatures that had been thrown into the netherworld furnace had already numbered in the hundreds. However, all of them had already fallen long ago, and not a single one was left alive. During this process, Yixian had always been hiding in the netherworld furnace, paying close attention to everything. He did not make any movements, but his heart was gradually rising and falling, and he was somewhat excited, because from the direction of the netherworld furnace's hunt, it was clearly heading straight for the spatial crack where the void tortoise was. It would not be long before it arrived at the region where the spatial crack was located. Presumably, Yixian would be able to find a suitable opportunity at that time to take action and rescue the void tortoise. Walala, the chains made strange sounds. This time, out of the nearly 10,000 rune chains, a total of 3,000 shook at the same time. Like giant pythons in the starry sky, they shot toward the spatial crack on the right side. In the previous hundreds of attacks, the netherworld furnace had only used a single chain each time, but this time, it used 3 times the number of chains. Even Yixian was surprised and subconsciously turned his head to look. Then, his heart trembled. No wonder so many rune chains were used this time. There was obviously a reason for this, And the reason was very simple. The target that the netherworld furnace had locked onto this time was completely different from the previous hundreds of times. Even though they were both powerful ancient creatures, this time, the one the netherworld furnace was going to hunt was a living ancient creature, one that hadn't died yet, turning into a corpse. This was a blue fire elephant. Its body was thousands of feet tall, and its cultivation should be below that of a powerful ancient figure, but it was still extremely powerful. When these primordial creatures revealed their true forms, they obviously couldn't be just 3,000 feet tall. However, they were in a state of hibernation while recovering from their injuries in the spatial rifts. That was why they didn't look very large. This blue fire elephant's entire body was burning with blue flames, rising endlessly. The recovery of its injuries was not ideal. Although it was not at its last gasp, it was still very weak. It was originally in a state of hibernation, but it clearly had some kind of feeling. The moment the 3,000 mysterious rune chains rushed into the spatial crack, the hibernating blue fire elephant suddenly opened its eyes. Primordial beings of this level all possessed astonishing senses, and what was even more extraordinary was their ability to sense danger. Although the green fire elephant was in a deep sleep, it had a premonition that a great calamity was about to descend, so it suddenly woke up in a hurry. Immediately after, it let out an angry moo. The loud sound broke through the clouds, and the entire space crack trembled slightly. Fortunately, there was only one ancient creature, the blue fire elephant, in this spatial crack. Otherwise, if there were others, they would have been awakened in the first moment. Walala! Within the raining chains, at least several hundred chains pierced through the azure fire elephant's body. In an instant, azure precious blood flowed out, and each drop blossomed with a dazzling radiance. Within, there seemed to be an azure flame rising, illuminating every wound on the azure fire elephant's body with an azure color. It was a gorgeous and dense feeling. The blue fire elephant let out a miserable howl, and its body struggled fiercely. However, the other chains also wrapped around it, binding its body tightly, and it could not break free at all. After a short confrontation, the blue fire elephant was at a disadvantage in the end. Its injuries were too severe, and there was still a several hundred zhang long hideous wound under its abdomen. The netherworld furnace was very vicious, and the several hundred rune chains that pierced the blue fire elephant's body came from this hideous wound. Otherwise, with this kind of ancient creature's rough skin and flesh, and the netherworld furnace's chains were not sharp weapons, it was impossible to so easily pierce through. In the end, after a period of stalemate and entanglement, the heavily injured blue fire elephant gradually weakened until it was on the verge of death. Its skull was pierced through by a rune chain that extended into its body from the wound on its abdomen, from the inside out. At this point, the blue fire elephant fell, and there were no longer any signs of struggle. It was pulled into the netherworld furnace by these 3,000 rune chains. The whole process was extremely fast, but it was very shocking. Even Yi Xian did not blink when he saw this. A powerful blue fire elephant whose cultivation was second only to the ancient almighty had fallen just like that. Although it had originally suffered extremely severe injuries and had not recovered, to be able to do this in such a short period of time was still enough to show the power of the netherworld furnace. However, if the headless infant corpse wanted to save this blue fire elephant, it could definitely save this blue fire elephant easily. After all, it was an existence on the same level as the heavenly eye. However, from the beginning to the end, the headless infant corpse did not make any strange movements. It was calm, or it could be said that it was so cold that it made people feel that it was somewhat inconceivable. There could only be one reason for this, and that was that there was a problem with the camp of this blue fire elephant. In that incomparable battle in the ancient era, it was definitely not on the side of the headless infant corpse, but on the side of the opposing camp, the heavenly eye. From this, one could see the ruthlessness and viciousness of the heavenly eye. Even if the injuries of a primordial being on their side were too severe, there was no reason for them to treat it like this, right? They actually wanted to directly kill this blue fire elephant, drag it into the netherworld furnace, and use it as a raw material for refining the all-evil origin elixir. It was said that the heavenly eye was heartless, treating all living things as dogs. This was simply the most realistic portrayal. When this azure fire elephant was thrown into the netherworld furnace, although it still had a breath of life left, it was already on the verge of death. If it was a creature from the primordial era on their side, Yixian might have considered whether or not to take the risk and save them. Moreover, the headless corpse of the infant would probably do the same. However, since it was an existence on the side of the heavenly eye, there was naturally no need for this. Yixian looked on coldly from the side, remaining dormant. As for the netherworld furnace, after hunting this blue fire elephant, it did not waste any time. It moved forward again, charging into the void ahead, approaching the next spatial crack. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. By now, the number of corpses of primordial beings in the netherworld furnace had already reached over 2,000. Among them, there were only a few dozen that still had a single breath left. However, these several dozen primordial beings were clearly not on the side of the headless infant corpse. This was because when the latter was ruthlessly hunting them in the netherworld furnace, the headless infant corpse on Yixian's left chest did not react at all. However, the mysterious energy that protected Yixian and concealed all of his aura was still present. This meant that the infant corpse had always been in an awakened state, paying close attention to everything inside and outside the netherworld furnace. Chapter 3877. Currently, there were close to 3,000 primordial life forms in the Dark Cauldron. Apart from the dozens of beings on the side of the eye of the heavenly Tao who were still on the brink of death, the rest had been dead for a long time and were no longer breathing. The auras of these primordial life forms were very powerful. The weakest among them was at the immortal rank, while the strongest had an aura similar to that of the golden divine dragon and the void tortoise. They should be at the primordial supreme level. Yixian had briefly seen immortal rank existences in the ancestral grounds of the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan, so he could still distinguish immortal rank auras. Before the Dark Cauldron evolved this time, the lowest requirement for raw materials to refine the all-evil elixir was at the universe rank. The remains of primordial life forms at the Sector Lord rank that were lower than the universe rank were directly spat out as waste. However, this time, the lowest requirement for the remains of primordial life forms that the Dark Cauldron hunted had been raised to the immortal rank from the universe rank in the past. Yixian was keenly aware of this because not a single one of the 3,000 remains of primordial life forms in the Dark Cauldron was at the universe rank. Perhaps it was because the Dark Cauldron had evolved once and was now able to refine the all-evil elixir of better quality. However, Yixian couldn't be sure if this was the case. However, he could verify it later. After this hunt, once the Dark Cauldron returned to the origin of all evil, a new round of refinement would begin immediately. This was originally supposed to happen a year later, but now it was brought forward. Similarly, he couldn't be sure if it was because the Dark Cauldron had evolved once. Perhaps it was because of the machine. Or perhaps there was another reason that caused the Eye of the Heavenly Tao to change the annual refinement schedule. Regardless of which reason it was, when the Dark Cauldron returned to the origin of all evil and ended the refinement, there should be a result when the product was produced. Regardless of whether the all-evil elixir refined this time was of the same quality or better than before, and regardless of how the product would be distributed or used, Yixian wouldn't let it go easily. He would definitely do his best to seize it for himself, even if it would alarm the Heavenly Tao's eyes again. Therefore, Yixian did not plan to loot all of the remains of the nearly 3,000 ancient creatures in the Netherworld Cauldron. Otherwise, it would cause too much of a commotion and alert the Heavenly Tao in advance. Rather than taking everything away, it would be better to take only a portion that he needed and leave the rest for the Netherworld Furnace. He would let it return to the star field of the source of all evil and refine it again. In any case, Yixian wouldn't miss out on the product of this refinement. This was even better. It was equivalent to letting the Netherworld Furnace use the remains of the primordial life forms that were deliberately left behind to refine for him for free. After making the decision, Yixian immediately took action. The headless infant corpse's protection was still in effect. Not only was Yixian completely unharmed under the pressure of the Netherworld Cauldron, not even a trace of his aura leaked out. He was in the Netherworld Cauldron, but the Netherworld Cauldron couldn't sense him. This greatly facilitated his movements. There were almost no restrictions on his movements. He moved smoothly in the netherworld cauldron, choosing suitable remains of primordial creatures. There were nearly 3,000 primordial supreme-level remains in the netherworld cauldron, but there were only slightly more than 20 of them. Yi Xian took half of them and put them into the Shenong cauldron with a wave of his hand. The rest were primordial supreme-level remains, but there weren't many primordial supreme-level remains. There were only a few hundred of them, and Yi Xian also took half of them. The remaining 2,000 were primordial creatures below the primordial supreme level. The weakest was at the immortal level, but Yi Xian didn't know what the strongest was. He only knew that above the Star Lord level was the Domain Lord level, above the Domain Lord level was the Sector Lord level, above the Sector Lord level was the Universe level, and above the Universe level was the Immortal level. As for the realm after the Immortal level, Yi Xian didn't have any relevant information. In fact, Yi Xian didn't even know how many realms there were between the Immortal level and the Primordial Supreme level. From the bottom to the top, he only knew that there were realms from the Star Core level to the Immortal level, and it stopped at the Immortal level. From the top to the bottom, he only knew that below the Heavenly Dao's green eye and the Headless Infant Corpse, the strongest was the Primordial Supreme level, followed by the Primordial Supreme level, and it stopped at the Primordial Supreme level. As for what was below the Primordial Supreme level, he had no clue at all. But it didn't matter. As his cultivation base increased, he would come in contact with higher realms. There would be a day when he would understand the entire system of realms. Right now, Yi Xian had only symbolically taken away 200 to 300 of the 2,000 or so corpses of the supreme beings of the primordial era. The rest were all left in the netherworld furnace. On one hand, he couldn't take too many, or he would be exposed. On the other hand, he did want to leave more raw materials so that the netherworld cauldron could condense more products this time. After all, they would all end up in his pocket in the end. 13 supreme beings of the primordial era, more than 200 supreme beings of the primordial era, more than 200 supreme beings of the primordial era, and more than 200 supreme beings of the primordial era. This was Yi Xian's current harvest. Although it didn't seem like much compared to the total amount of remains in the netherworld cauldron, Yi Xian would have to rely on luck if he wanted to obtain even one of these remains in another place. In a sense, this harvest was definitely comparable to the last time he entered the netherworld cauldron and stole more than 2,000 drops of all evil origin liquid and other supplementary products. Most importantly, the netherworld cauldron still didn't detect any abnormalities this time. Although Yi Xian took away nearly 500 primordial supreme-level remains, the interior of the netherworld cauldron was still as calm as ever. This was simply too exciting. The entire process didn't take long, only a few hours. Yi Xian had already completed everything. At this time, the netherworld cauldron was still moving forward, and it was already much closer to the void crack where the void giant tortoise was. If there were no accidents and no delays along the way, the netherworld cauldron would arrive at the void crack in at most 4 to 6 hours. According to Yi Xian's judgment and deduction, the netherworld cauldron would definitely not let the void giant tortoise go once it got close to the void crack. It would definitely hunt and pull the void giant tortoise into the netherworld cauldron. It could be said that the time was ripe for a rescue. However, Yi Xian was suddenly a little hesitant. He was conflicted whether he should take the initiative to rescue the void giant tortoise before the netherworld cauldron took action, or wait until the void giant tortoise was pulled into the netherworld cauldron by the netherworld cauldron and take him away. Chapter 3878. Walala. Just as Yi Xian was hesitating and unable to make up his mind, the sound of the chains of the netherworld furnace once again rang out. It approached a spatial rift to the right and quickly dragged out the remains of an immortal-level desolate ancient creature. Then, it moved forward again and got much closer to the void crack where the void tortoise was. 2 hours later, the remains of several dozen primordial creatures were dragged into the netherworld cauldron by the chains. Now, the netherworld cauldron was extremely close to the void crack where the void giant tortoise was. Along the way, there were only 3 void cracks on the left and right. In other words, the netherworld furnace could attack 3 more times at most. Then, it would reach the void crack where the void tortoise was. If Yi Xian decided to take the initiative and rush out of the netherworld furnace to rescue the void tortoise, he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, there would not be enough time. In less than 2 hours, the netherworld furnace would attack the void tortoise. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and moved his body slightly. He was about to rush out of the netherworld furnace. At this moment he suddenly felt a burning sensation on the left side of his chest. The headless corpse seemed to know what he was thinking and warned Yi Xian not to act rashly. Although there weren't any more hints, Yi Xian slightly frowned due to his trust in the infant's corpse. He no longer acted on impulse and stopped moving. He continued to lie dormant within the furnace, but he was prepared to act at any time. After all, the headless corpse did not want him to take action now. However, it would not sit and watch the void tortoise be killed by the netherworld furnace. At the critical moment, it would definitely take action. Half an hour later, another 3 corpses were dragged over and tossed into the netherworld cauldron. This time, the netherworld cauldron had finally reached the edge of the void crack where the void tortoise was. Originally, the void tortoise was in a state of hibernation because of its weak body. However, its eyes had long been opened. Through the void crack, it vigilantly watched the netherworld furnace slowly approaching the void crack. The netherworld furnace had been tossing and turning in this mysterious and ancient void for 3 or 4 days, so its movements were not small. The void giant tortoise was a supreme existence in the remote antiquity era. Even if it was not in good condition, it could even be said to be extremely worrisome. However, if it was not alarmed by this, it would be too illogical. As the netherworld furnace approached the void crack, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat in an instant. If the netherworld furnace's murderous aura was too strong and showed that it wanted to kill the void tortoise and then drag its corpse into the netherworld furnace, he would not hesitate to make a move even if the headless infant's corpse gave him a warning. Clang, clang, clang. At this moment, the sound of chains suddenly rang out. The netherworld furnace had taken action. This time, more than 10,000 rune chains suddenly moved at the same time. Like more than 10,000 void pythons, they shot in one direction with incomparable agility. In the blink of an eye, they passed through the void crack where the void tortoise was located. With a shocking murderous aura, they smashed towards the void tortoise. This was definitely the rhythm of killing the void tortoise. Before this, the netherworld furnace had only used 4,000 rune chains, and it had hunted a powerful Desolation-era creature with a strong aura. Its injuries had recovered 30 to 40%. But this time, more than 10,000 rune chains moved at the same time. The murderous aura vaguely revealed was much stronger. Its purpose was to directly kill the void tortoise in the void crack in front of it, and then drag it into the netherworld furnace. What else could it be? Buzz. As if sensing the netherworld furnace's purpose, a cheerful buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the void crack in front of it. It even passed through the void crack and reached the ancient void outside. The demonic blade that was stabbed into the void tortoise's back, more than half of its blade had already entered the flesh of the void tortoise's back. Suddenly, it trembled slightly, as if it was cheering wildly. Once the void tortoise fell and was killed, it would be as if it was free. Although the blade was damaged, it could still be considered heartless. It would then use all its strength to repair itself. Yi Xian's scalp went numb, and his eyes were about to split open. He watched as the 10,000 rune chains shot into the spatial rift, and without exception, they all shot towards the void tortoise. Every single chain emitted an incomparably dense aura of slaughter and killing intent. This was definitely a fatal blow, and with the void tortoise's current state, its back in the void tortoise's current state, there was another demonic blade that was inserted into its body. This was definitely 100 deaths. Obviously, the netherworld furnace knew that this was a supreme primordial being from the headless infant corpse's camp. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme primordial being. Even among the supreme primordial beings from the headless infant corpse's camp, this supreme primordial being was one of the top existences. Therefore, either he didn't make a move, or he would definitely not make a move. His hands were extremely iron-blooded, and he didn't give the void tortoise any chance of survival. However, this was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. A murderous aura rose from his heart. At this moment, Yi Xian was about to make a move. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a faint purplish-black light that was like the light of a firefly shot out from Yi Xian's left chest at the same time. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed out of the netherworld furnace and passed through the void crack in front of it. In less than half an instant, it had crossed an endless distance and landed on the void tortoise's head. It entered the back of its head and disappeared in a flash. Screech! An earth-shattering screech suddenly exploded. The void crack in front of it couldn't bear it and directly collapsed, becoming one with the ancient void outside. It was unknown what the purplish-black light that shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo was. It was obviously as weak as the light of a firefly. If Yi Xian hadn't felt it himself, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to catch it. However, its power was so terrifying. The void tortoise, who was originally on the verge of death, suddenly seemed to have taken drugs after this faint purplish-black light entered its body. Its aura suddenly blazed. When it raised its head and roared, not only did it directly collapse the void crack, but even the sword that was inserted on its back also entered its body. Half of the heavenly demon blade was forced out in an instant. With a whoosh, it transformed into a black ray of light that pierced into the distant end of the ancient void and completely disappeared. That kind of aura that disappeared in an instant actually gave people the feeling that it was fleeing in panic in a sorry state. At the same time, the heavenly demon blade that had suppressed it for countless years disappeared. The aura of the void tortoise also became more and more blazing. Although its body shape didn't change, the aura pressure that was emitted from its body almost rose in a geometrical state at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, before the screech that shook the void crack to the point of collapse fell, the void tortoise had already turned its head and swept its gaze toward the netherworld furnace. Chapter 3879. As the headless infant corpse made its move, the situation was reversed almost instantly. The void tortoise was originally in a situation of certain death, but all of this changed in an instant. All of this made Yi Xian aghast. He had long known that the headless infant corpse was in existence on the same level as the heavenly Tao's green eye. He had even guessed the true origin and background of the headless infant corpse. But even so, Yi Xian still didn't expect that the headless infant corpse could be so powerful. Just a wisp of weak purplish-black light, like a firefly's glow, shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo, was able to make the severely injured Supreme Primordial Lord, who was on the verge of death, instantly release a powerful battle strength. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was full of shock. His mind was full of question marks. He didn't understand what the weak purplish-black light was. But regarding this, he obviously couldn't get an answer immediately. In fact, the current situation didn't even allow him to dwell on this matter too much. Because when the void tortoise turned its head to look, its gaze seemed to ignore the distance in the void and the obstruction of the power of the netherworld furnace. It actually strangely met Yi Xian's gaze. Yes, although they were separated by the void, although one side was outside the netherworld furnace, and the other side was inside the netherworld furnace, and even Yi Xian was still under the protection of the headless infant corpse's power. His aura had been perfectly concealed, but at this moment, Yi Xian had an incomparably clear understanding. His gaze. At this moment, the void tortoise had definitely seen him. This, perhaps, was because of the mysterious purplish-black light that shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo and entered the void tortoise's body. But whether this was true or not, it was no longer important to Yi Xian. The most important thing was that this time, they looked at each other from afar. It was so short that they only looked at each other for a single breath. Yi Xian's gains were so great that his mind couldn't help but tremble. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. With just a single glance, Yi Xian's mind seemed to be filled with boundless tempestuous waves. In an instant it exploded, and endless obscure information appeared out of thin air. In the end, all of this obscure information gathered together in an instant, fusing into an ancient tortoise shell that entered Yi Xian's sea of consciousness and floated above it. This tortoise shell represented the complete inheritance of the void tortoise bloodline. At this point, there were a total of 9 objects suspended above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the center was the Rai Di seal and the farmer god cauldron. Surrounding the Thunder Emperor seal and the Farmer God cauldron were 7 small items: the Spirit Source core, the Void Essence crystal, the Fallen Sky bow, the Black Gold Dragon scale, the Netherclaw, the Primordial Demonic ape, and the ancient tortoiseshell he had just entered. Every one of these 9 objects was no small matter. An ordinary Starry Sky powerhouse could soar to the heavens with just one, but Yi Xian had all of them. Moreover, this wasn't all of his foundation. Just from this point alone, the rumor that he was one of the 7 peerless monsters in the world was really not a coincidence. And now, as this ancient tortoise shell formed in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness, Yi Xian had finally obtained the complete inheritance of the Void Tortoise. The ancient Dongshu chant had been perfected. If Yi Xian continued to cultivate with this ancient tortoise shell, as long as he didn't die prematurely, he would one day grow into a Void Tortoise. He would become a supreme primordial being. This meant too much to Yi Xian. But at this moment, he was so excited that he didn't think too much about this problem. Although he had obtained the inheritance, the safety of the Void Tortoise and whether it could escape from the evil hands of the Netherworld Cauldron were still unknown. The Netherworld Cauldron obviously didn't notice the faint purplish-black light that had entered the Void Tortoise's body. This purplish-black light had shot out from the left side of Yi Xian's chest. If it hadn't suddenly heated up, even Yi Xian might not have been able to detect its existence. Needless to say, the Netherworld Cauldron naturally didn't need to say much about the faint purplish-black light that had entered the Void Tortoise's body. As an existence on the same level as the Heavenly Tao's green eye, the headless infant corpse still had this ability. Yi Xian was such a big person, and he was inside the Netherworld Cauldron, but he was protected by some kind of mysterious power, let alone a tiny light that was like a firefly's light. Because of this, the Netherworld Cauldron was clearly shocked and bewildered by the sudden, unexpected reversal of the Void Tortoise's injuries, which seemed to have recovered by a small half, and the scene of it suddenly becoming lively. It had already given birth to a preliminary self-consciousness, as if it had given birth to an artifact spirit. It more or less possessed a certain level of thinking ability, but it wasn't very mature. The scene in front of it today was different from what it had expected. The Netherworld Cauldron was clearly a little stunned. Yi Xian could clearly feel that the tens of thousands of rune chains were originally extremely agile. His nimble and swift movements suddenly came to a complete halt. Walala, but soon after, the strange sound of the chains rang out again. In the end, the Netherworld Cauldron still didn't stop. The tens of thousands of rune chains were still there, like countless giant pythons in the starry sky, smashing towards the Void Tortoise. Screech! The giant tortoise roared, and a terrifying aura surged out from its body. Without any fear, it directly met the tens of thousands of rune chains that were smashing towards it. The Void Tortoise was planning to fight head-on. It was already furious. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, he was in existence at the level of the Supreme Primordial Lord. Moreover, among the many Supreme Primordial Lords in the Headless Infant Corpse's camp, he was one of the top existences. Although he didn't participate in that battle, there must be some secret and mission that was carried out in the dark. In the end, he was still seriously injured. He was entangled by the demonic blade of the extraterrestrial demon and stabbed into his back. Hundreds of millions of years had passed, and he had never recovered. In fact, his condition was getting worse and worse. And now, because of the secret help of the Headless Infant Corpse, the Void Tortoise had broken free from the demonic blade that had been entangled for hundreds of millions of years. It had shaken it out of its body and retreated in fear. At this moment of excitement, there was actually a Netherworld Cauldron that rushed forward, wanting to hunt him down like prey. How could the cold arrogance of the Void Tortoise, the Supreme Primordial Lord of the Ancients, hold back this anger? A heaven-shaking battle was already in front of him. If nothing unexpected happened, it would arrive in an instant. Rumble, Kacha. It was also at this instant that a large expanse of black tribulation clouds suddenly appeared above this expanse of space without the slightest sign. As soon as the tribulation clouds appeared, a black bolt of lightning exploded out in that expanse of space, and the horizon seemed to be on the verge of being split apart as fine cracking sounds that caused one's scalp to go numb resounded. Yi Xian's heart suddenly jumped, and an extremely bad feeling suddenly emerged at this moment. Chapter 3880. The heavenly green eye was alarmed. Its consciousness had already locked onto this mysterious void and was about to descend. The situation was extremely critical at this moment. Once the heavenly green eye descended, not only was the void tortoise very likely to die, but it was only the supreme primordial lord after all. Moreover, its injuries had only recovered by 20 to 30%. It was too far from being able to withstand a blow from the heavenly green eye, even if the latter was still heavily injured. In addition, even Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse would be discovered. The headless infant corpse's mysterious protective ability could be hidden from the netherworld cauldron, but it definitely could not hide from the heavenly green eye. The two were originally existences of the same level. In the ancient war, each was the commander of the two opposing camps. In that war, the heavenly green eye's camp was very likely to be the winner. Even if it was a Pyrrhic victory, it was still a victory in the end. At least, the heavenly green eye was only heavily injured and hibernating. It took its camp and the entire primordial age to retreat from the grand stage of the long river of time. However, the headless infant corpse had clearly died. Its head was chopped off. If not for some unexpected coincidence, it would not even have the chance to live a second life. From a certain point of view, the headless infant corpse was actually slightly weaker than the heavenly green eye. Under such circumstances, how could the headless infant corpse's mysterious protective ability hide from the heavenly green eye? Screech! At this moment, after sensing that the heavenly green eye was about to descend, the headless infant corpse did not hesitate and directly let out a screech. The netherworld cauldron instantly emitted a purplish-black light, but Yi Xian's figure was not revealed. He was wrapped in this extremely scorching purplish-black light. With a whoosh, it rushed out of the netherworld cauldron and shot toward the void tortoise in front of it, directly landing on its huge back. In the next moment, the purplish-black light shone brightly and separated into a wisp, condensing into a purplish-black heavenly blade. With a slash, it split open a crack in the void. This was clearly the rhythm of an immediate escape. However, unexpectedly, after this crack was split open, the purplish-black light suddenly separated into a wisp again and shot straight toward the black thundercloud in the distant void. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a chill on the left side of his chest at this moment. The original scorching sensation had turned into warmth. This attack instantly weakened the headless infant corpse by a large margin. Screech! The void tortoise raised its head and let out a shrill cry, but Yi Xian's figure, under the guidance of the headless infant corpse on his left chest, to rise to the void tortoise's back. To the void tortoise's back. To the void tortoise's. Yi Xian was enlightened. He realized what he should do at this moment. The headless infant corpse was left behind to help the void tortoise escape. Although the latter had the ability to tear through the void and escape, how could it escape the pursuit of the heavenly Dao's eye? However, the headless infant corpse was different. The void crack he tore through with a secret technique was extremely unique. After sending the void tortoise away, once the void was flattened, all traces would be erased. Even the heavenly Dao's eye of the same level would not be able to find any traces. Naturally, it was impossible to carry out the subsequent pursuit. Now, the void tortoise was safe. On the other hand, Yi Xian and the headless infant corpse were getting closer and closer to danger. The headless infant corpse might have the ability to fight with the heavenly Dao's eye that had yet to recover. However, if that was the case, Yi Xian would definitely be exposed. At that time, the heavenly Dao's eye might not be able to find the whereabouts of the headless infant corpse, but it would be too easy to find Yi Xian. No matter what, Yi Xian could not meet it. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. After all, the one that had met Yi Xian in the desolate ancient cage was only a consciousness clone of the heavenly Dao's eye. Its ability to deduce was limited. Although it had met Yi Xian, it could deduce more information. However, the true body of the heavenly Dao's eye was different. It was too dangerous to meet it face to face. Yi Xian would be forced into a passive position. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already made preparations to retreat at any time. He immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to use the planar level interstellar coordinate jump ability. This was just a test because this ancient void was clearly not one of the three great planes. Instead, it was an extraterritorial void. Yi Xian had never activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability in the extraterritorial void of the three great planes. He did not know if it would succeed. Whoosh! Fortunately, the familiar sound of teleportation breaking through the air still appeared in the end. Half an instant before the space in the distance split open, Yi Xian's figure completely disappeared, along with the green light that protected him. Moreover, the way he disappeared was extremely strange. He did not leave a single trace. From this point of view, the devouring system's ability in this aspect was simply heaven-defying. Boom! Crack! The thunderous roar exploded again, followed by the crisp sound of lightning. A huge crack finally appeared in the void in the area densely covered by the black tribulation lightning. The black tribulation clouds automatically parted, and the crack appeared in the center of the tribulation clouds. A corner of a huge green eye appeared, and it was in the middle of the tribulation clouds. It opened. Whoosh! Right at this moment, before the headless infant corpse and Yi Xian left, the wisp of purplish-black light that shot towards the void also arrived. Its speed was extremely fast. It directly pierced into the void crack that had just appeared in the center of the tribulation clouds. With a loud bang, it pierced straight towards the opening of the heavenly Dao's eye. Screech! In the next moment, a vicious howl that shook the heavens and the earth resounded from within this spatial rift. The sky was on the verge of being split apart, and it revealed monstrous resentment and unwillingness that caused one's soul to leave its body. Then came the endless sound of explosions. The endless tribulation clouds on both sides of the crack exploded at the same time. Although the headless infant corpse's sneak attack was successful and the heavenly Dao's eye was hit, it was obviously not serious. However, it stopped him from descending this time. The void crack was slowly closing. And as these thunderous explosions raged, the entire vast and boundless ancient void seemed to be implicated in some way. A large number of void cracks collapsed. Originally, there was a stable connection to this ancient void, but at this moment, a large number of cracks had become blurred and were moving away. In the end, they disappeared. Obviously, this was one of the headless infant corpse's goals. It completely cut off the hundreds of thousands of cracks and the stable connection to this ancient void that had been discovered by the heavenly Dao's eye. Whoosh, whoosh. Chapter 3881. Hua! Walala! The sound of chains became louder and louder. This ancient void was originally extremely stable, and there were tens of millions of void cracks connected to it. But now, the headless infant corpse's final attack before it left had forced the heavenly Dao's green eye to retreat, caught off guard. The tremendous energy that erupted had destroyed at least 80% of the stable channels that connected the cracks in the void to this ancient void. The remaining ones were gradually becoming blurry. Obviously, this ancient void was no longer stable. At the very least, the millions of cracks in the void that were connected to it had disappeared without a trace. For the netherworld furnace, this was definitely an enormous loss. Right now, the clanging sounds of chains rang out like never before, precisely because the netherworld furnace was crashing left and right in this space, brandishing over 10,000 rune chains, wanting to do its best to hunt down as many condensed materials as possible. This was the movement brought about by this final effort. Silence. After a while, the trembling of the void finally stabilized, and the continuous thunderous explosion also disappeared and could no longer be heard. This ancient space had been preserved, but it no longer held much significance to the netherworld furnace. This was originally a rich supply of condensed materials. Even the heavenly Dao's green eye had to rely on chance and luck to find such a place in the endless void turbulence. But now, the millions of void rifts connected to this ancient void had disappeared without a trace. Only a few tens of thousands of them were left, and almost half of them were empty. A rich supply of raw materials turned into a barren land in the blink of an eye. This made the netherworld furnace very angry, but there was nothing it could do. Just now, even the green eye of the heavenly Dao had already descended halfway, but because it lost the initiative, It was forcefully forced back by the enemy. It was merely a precious treasure that the green eye of the heavenly Tao had personally refined, so what could it do? In the end, the netherworld furnace left unwillingly, breaking through the void and returning to the source of all evil. Universe 3, in the territory of the Heavenly Wind Empire under the rule of the human race's science and technology faction's Immortal dynasty. A battleship was slowly sailing alone in the void. This was a starry sky fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters, but it was not a battleship, but a merchant ship. It was just that the surface of the battleship was slightly damaged, giving people the feeling that it had encountered space pirates, broken through the siege, and escaped alone. In the command cabin on the top floor of the small fortress, the atmosphere was a little strange. Although there were many figures in the huge command cabin, at this moment, they were all drinking wine lazily and eating the bloody meat of ferocious beasts. They did not look like merchants, but more like space pirates. Every one of them was full of hostility, and the auras in their bodies were extremely powerful. They were all in the cosmic realm. Like the existences in the universe realm, their auras were all filled with ruthlessness and bloodthirst. Only the figure in the center, like a gentleman at this moment, he was sitting in front of a large table, slowly tasting wine, while holding a knife and fork, he was cutting a large piece of ferocious beast's meat on the plate. Although he was also eating the meat raw and looked quite horrifying, his movements couldn't have been more elegant, as if he were tasting the best beef. He gently cut off a small piece and put it into his mouth with a fork, chewing and swallowing it slowly. He nodded in satisfaction after he swallowed it, then took a sip of wine from a maid nearby and continued cutting the meat. The 1,000 figures in the top cabin were all very young. There were very few female cultivators, and most of them were strong men. Unlike the Cosmic Realm experts were all in the Cosmic Realm. The man who was leisurely drinking wine and tasting the bloody meat was exactly Tuoba Linfeng, the Zombie King. Judging from his aura at this moment, he had already reached the first level of the Star Lord state. Tuoba Linfeng had successfully made a breakthrough during the previous Void Hunt. He was already a Star Lord at the moment. Even the 1,000 or so zombie warriors under the Zombie King's command in the top cabin had improved a lot this time, but none of them had reached the Star Lord state, and they were still some distance away from that state. And now, thousands of Universe Realm and Universe zombie generals, escorting Emperor Tuoba Linfeng, were still drifting aimlessly in the universe void of the Heavenly Wind Empire territory, patiently waiting for the next target to come knocking on their door. Crack! The wine glass in his hand was crushed in an instant, making a cracking sound. Tuoba Linfeng, who was enjoying the massage of the two beautiful female zombie warriors, had a huge change in expression at this moment. He suddenly stood up in shock, and directly threw the two beautiful female zombie warriors who were half lying on his body to the ground. Tuoba Linfeng didn't even look at them. He had already swept his eyes to the left, and his consciousness quickly extended to the end of the void on the left through the wall of the battleship. Just a moment ago, his celestial demon body suddenly reacted, and a strong feeling of flesh and blood appeared out of thin air from the end of the void on the right. Otherwise, why would Tuoba Linfeng, who had already become a zombie king and a Star Lord, be so shocked? As soon as the exclamation sounded, Tuoba Linfeng had already leaped away. His original physical body turned into an illusory existence in an instant. It wasn't a soul, nor was it an energy body, nor was it a consciousness body. It was the celestial demon body from the outer space. As the celestial demon body was activated, Tuoba Linfeng passed through the wall of the zombie fortress like a ghost and shot toward the end of the void on the right. More than 1,000 zombie generals in the top cabin of the fortress looked at each other in confusion, but they didn't hesitate. They immediately got up, rushed out of the zombie fortress, and followed closely behind. Rumble, a huge thunderous explosion sounded, and the entire zombie fortress with a diameter of 70,000 meters suddenly exploded without warning. There was no flame, and it directly disintegrated in the void, turning into 5 giant fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters. They were incomparably ferocious and didn't look like starry sky battleships at all. They gave people the feeling that they were a mixture of flesh and metal. They waved their sharp blades, opened their bloody mouths, and also followed behind. Rushing over, Celestial Demon Blade. It's actually the Celestial Demon Blade. The legendary Celestial Demon Blade, actually came in its true form. This Emperor's weapon, finally found. Thousands of miles ahead, Tuoba Linfeng, who was the first to rush forward, raised his head and laughed wildly, revealing endless ecstasy. After activating the celestial demon body, his perception of the flesh and blood connection in the void ahead was much clearer. At this moment, because he was close, he even felt the presence of his soul, and knew what kind of existence was breaking through the void in front of him. Chapter 3882. Xiao. The sound of something breaking through the air came from the end of the distant void. A black ray of light, displaying a shocking speed, was shooting towards this side. When it was about to reach him, there was an ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air, and there was even a trembling sound that was clearly filled with joy. When the heavenly devil blade sensed the heavenly devil body in front of it, it was also rejoicing and cheering. Heavens, what is that? A battle blade, such a fierce demonic aura. This is definitely a supreme demonic blade, a great treasure. The rhythm of a great treasure appearing. Stop it immediately. While the demonic blade was shooting over, in the distant void about 20 million miles away from where Tuoba Linfeng was, a huge fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters was sailing in the starry sky. This starry sky fortress belonged to an exploration team. In the universe, the most daring people besides interstellar pirates were interstellar explorers. In the face of treasures and treasures in the starry sky, almost all interstellar explorers were crazy, like hungry wolves with bloodshot eyes. Once they encountered something, they would not easily let it go. Even if it was at risk of their lives, they would fight for it with all their might. The demonic blade shooting over had already attracted the attention of this interstellar exploration team. From within this 10,000-meter large fortress, there was a large amount of exclamations and cheers in an instant. Searching for treasures in the boundless starry sky, sometimes they would not have any harvest even after many years. In fact, even if they had any harvest, they would definitely not encounter a supreme treasure of this level. But today, a great treasure fell from the sky and actually found its way to them. Looking at the situation, this black demonic blade should have just been born in some region, and now it was still without an owner, shooting aimlessly in the void. The powerhouses of the interstellar exploration team were indescribably excited. They felt that they were too lucky. An unprecedented great creation fell from the sky like a pie. In the midst of the noisy cheers, the 10,000-meter large fortress changed its course at the first moment, slanting diagonally, wanting to intercept the path of this newly born supreme treasure blade, trapping it in the void, and then find a way to collect it. Of course, although they were inexplicably excited, they did not forget the necessary caution. The 10,000-meter fortress immediately activated the energy shield, and the entire surface of the huge ship was surrounded by a circle of yellowish-brown energy. Boom! After 2 breaths of time, the unmatched precious blade shot over. The 10,000-meter fortress trembled slightly. The ship cannons opened fire, shooting out an energy net cannon. This kind of energy net cannon was a patent for specially modified ship cannons. Normally, very few ordinary warships would be equipped with it. Its purpose and effect was to shoot out energy beams from the ship cannons and form a net of energy light to capture ferocious beasts and other prey in the void of space. And now, for the galactic exploration team, their prey was none other than the black demonic blade that was shooting toward them at extreme speed. The distance between the two parties was close to begin with, and the speed of the demonic blade was extremely fast. Therefore, as soon as the energy net shot out, it collided head-on with the demonic blade. Slash! An incomparably clear sound of tearing silk rang out. The energy net of the 10,000-meter fortress did not even last half an instant and was instantly cut open. However, the demonic blade's rapid speed was not obstructed in the slightest. Its speed was still the same as before, and it slashed toward the 10,000-meter fortress. Run! It's too sharp. What kind of murderous weapon is this? It's over. I was careless. Rumble. Seeing this scene, the galactic explorers in the 10,000-meter fortress cried out in shock and wanted to escape. However, before they could finish their words, a huge explosion resounded through the void and continued to wreak havoc. This time, the heavenly demon blade that was shooting over at an extremely fast speed finally stopped. It did not continue forward, but it was not stopped by the 10,000-meter tall fortress. Instead, it stopped on its own accord. The 10,000-meter fortress had long been cut in half, but it did not explode. What was strange was that not a single starry sky expert had escaped from the 10,000-meter fortress that had been cut in half. Logically speaking, since the battleship had not exploded, even if the 10,000-meter fortress had been cut open, there should have been a large number of survivors. But in fact, this was not the case. Soon, the entire 10,000-meter fortress that had been cut in half gradually withered as if it had been decayed by time. Even the energy inside it and the starry sky experts were the same. Screech! A black light rushed out of the 10,000-meter fortress and let out a scream of joy. It was the demonic blade. After absorbing the metal essence of an entire 10,000-meter fortress and the flesh and blood essence of a large number of starry sky experts, the damage of the demonic blade had obviously been slightly repaired. However, the blade was still full of ferocious cracks. Obviously, it would take a long time for it to fully recover. Walala! With a sharp screech, the 10,000-meter fortress that had been cut in half completely disintegrated. It was not disintegrating in large chunks, but like a sand sculpture, it collapsed into dust and was blown away by the cosmic hurricane. The demonic blade was indeed worthy of being the supreme treasure of the extraterritorial demon world. A 10,000-meter fortress, along with all the energy inside and the flesh and blood of the starry sky experts, was completely absorbed by it. What was left was only complete dregs that were blown away by the wind and turned into ashes. This scene happened to be seen by the zombie emperor Tuoba Linfeng, who had just arrived and was now floating in the void not far away. It made his eyes burst with light and he was pleasantly surprised. Not only can it absorb the metal essence, but it can also absorb pure energy, and it can also absorb the flesh and blood essence and vitality. Sure enough, it is worthy of being the supreme treasure of the extraterritorial demon world. It is just like the demonic body that can change between any form at will. There is no taboo. Ha! Raising his head and laughing, Tuoba Linfeng's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. His figure flashed and he raised his hand to grab the black demonic blade. The demonic blade was originally 10,000 meters in size, but now it was extremely obedient. As Tuoba Linfeng raised his hand to grab it, the 1,000-meter-long blade shrunk by itself. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious demonic blade that was nearly 10 meters long and was held in Tuoba Linfeng's hand. Even though he had shrunk to a size close to 10 feet, he still exceeded the height of Tuoba Linfeng in his human form. Moreover, he was taller by a large margin. At this moment, his right hand was like holding a door. Although it was strange, it was incomparably domineering. Xiao! With a face full of ecstasy, Tuoba Linfeng held the demonic blade in his hand and slashed at the distant void. Rip! A clear sound of ripping silk was heard, and a 10,000-meter-long crack was easily cut open in the void. Chapter 3883. Aged Yellow Star. Gang Huang Planet was originally a lifeless planet without any life forms. It did not even have an atmosphere. But now, there were at least 1 million human powerhouses on the planet, as well as a large number of intelligent robots, mining ships, and engineering equipment. This planet was not even named Aged Yellow Star before, it only got its name 100 years ago. 100 years ago, a top family of the Heavenly Wind Empire under the rule of the Immortal Empire of the human race discovered a type of metal on this planet, aged yellow iron. Then, together with the Heavenly Wind Empire, they began to excavate the minerals of this star, and 100 years passed. Today, the aged yellow iron resources on this aged yellow star were basically all mined, leaving only some poor ores, but they were still mining. After all, although the aged yellow iron was not a particularly precious metal, it was rarely found in the countless mineral stars in the universe. And to make the alloy of the battleship, it was a metal element that must be added. So, As long as there was a little bit of aged yellow iron left, the mining would not stop. However, the main force of the mining army had already evacuated, and now there were only a large number of mining ships, engineering equipment, and intelligent mining robots left on the aged yellow star. There were only about 100,000 strong human warriors left. A somewhat dilapidated interstellar fortress appeared in the distant void of the aged yellow star, and it was quickly approaching. This was a mineral star, and it had already reached the late stage of mining, so it could be said that there was not much value in it. So, normally, no one would come here, even the space pirates were too lazy to pay attention to it. Because of this, the sudden arrival of this interstellar fortress immediately attracted the attention of the human warriors stationed on the mineral star. Of course, part of the reason was because this interstellar fortress looked very strange, not only because of its dilapidated appearance, but also because of the size of the ship. Ordinary interstellar fortresses were either 50,000 meters in diameter or 100,000 meters in diameter. Big interstellar fortress. This kind of interstellar fortress that was neither big nor small, with a diameter of 70,000 meters, was really rare, and looked neither fish nor fowl. This strange interstellar fortress was Tuoba Linfeng's ride, the zombie fortress. At this time, in the command cabin on the top floor of the zombie fortress, as the emperor of this zombie army, Tuoba Linfeng slowly stood up. For the sake of this emperor's supreme weapon, the hunt begins. With a faint smile, he gently raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. His eyes burst out with a blazing bloody light. Rumble! In the next moment, just as the starry sky fortress landed on the surface of the Gung-Huang star, a huge thunderous explosion resounded. The entire 70,000-meter diameter starry sky fortress exploded without any warning, shocking everyone on the Ore star. But what truly shocked them was yet to come. Surprisingly, there was no fire in the strange fortress that had exploded. Instead, it disintegrated in the void and turned into 5 large fortresses with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters. It looked extremely ferocious, not like a starry sky battleship at all. It gave people the feeling that it was a mixture of flesh and metal. Waving its sharp blades and opening its bloody mouth, it immediately rushed towards the several mining areas in front of it. Moreover, as Shanghang's small fortress exploded, 5 ferocious monsters of flesh and metal appeared. At the same time, nearly 1,000 figures fell out of Shanghang's small fortress and appeared in the void. Although they were all human cultivators, they began to transform as soon as they appeared. A young human beauty with an extremely enchanting figure raised her head and roared. Her body instantly expanded and turned into a ferocious monster with a height of 10,000 meters. Her body was covered with tentacles, and some mucus was secreting from the small holes all over her body. Moreover, among the countless tentacles of this meat mountain, there were clearly invisible ripples spreading out. In an instant, it shrouded this void and more than 10 Shanghang's large and small fortresses. These invisible ripples were a unique biological frequency. Its function was to temporarily interrupt the communication in this corner of the void, so that the signal on the star network could no longer be transmitted. Immediately afterward, an extremely pleasant human female voice sounded from this disgusting meat mountain. "Boss, the control is successful. The aged yellow star has been isolated, and the signal on the star network can no longer be transmitted. We can start now." Screech. Just as he finished speaking, the nearly 1,000 figures in the surrounding space had already moved together. Shocking roars and ruthless howls rang out one after another as the nearly 1,000 figures all began to transform. Just like those powerhouses in the Second Universe's Federation, they activated their bloodline and revealed their bloodline true body. After they transformed, the huge figures that appeared were not only strange, but they all exuded a strong evil aura. Some of them were even full of rotten flesh and blood, constantly squirming as if they wanted to devour everything. There was even a rotten bone dragon that was hundreds of meters in size. A large amount of flesh and blood remained on the huge dragon's body, but it was all rotten and exuded a disgusting aura. It was incomparably evil. All of this was too shocking. All the miners and powerhouses on the aged yellow star were already trembling with fear. At this time, they finally understood what was going on. In horror and despair, a series of exclamations sounded in an instant. Zombies! Universe zombies! Screech! An earth-shattering roar sounded. Zombie Emperor Tuoba Linfeng waved his hand and summoned a ferocious murderous weapon full of gaps. It was the Heavenly Demon Blade. Under the wind, the Heavenly Demon Blade instantly turned into a supreme murderous weapon. Amidst the cheers, it slashed toward a huge mining fortress in front of it. Tuoba Linfeng was accompanied by two enchanting beauties on his left and right sides. His figure stood in the void with his left hand behind his back. With a flip of his right hand, a cup of red wine appeared in his hand. He took a sip and murmured with a faint smile, "Go, this Emperor's supreme battle weapon, this is your first meal." The feast begins. The second universe, the ancestral land of the Dark Turtle clan, one of the top 10 clans, the Dark Turtle Star Field. Since the last time the Netherworld Young Master stirred up trouble in the Dark Turtle Star Field, this vast star field, which had a strong sense of twilight, had completely returned to tranquility. Although the Dark Turtle clan was one of the top 10 clans in the second universe, its patriarch had been in hibernation for many years. Few of its clansmen showed up in the outside world. However, the Dark Turtle clan was extremely powerful. Therefore, in this Dark Turtle Star Field, except for a few explorers and treasure hunters who occasionally came, there were basically no large fleets coming. Especially in the depths of the Dark Turtle Star Field, this was a forbidden area. Outside powerhouses were not allowed to come close. Chapter 3884. This giant tortoise that tore through the void and descended was none other than the Void Giant Tortoise. It was rescued by Yi Xian and the Headless Infant Corpse, and then sent to the Nether Turtle Star Field by the Headless Infant Corpse. Moreover, after he left, he used some kind of mysterious hand to smooth out the void and erase all traces, ensuring that the Heavenly Dao's green eye couldn't track him down. It could be said that the Void Giant Tortoise was now absolutely safe. Rumble. The moment the Void Giant Tortoise's figure descended, the entrance to the Nether Turtle's secret realm in the deepest part of the Nether Turtle Star Field opened. With a low rumble, several giant Nether Turtles rushed out of the void and bowed in the void, welcoming the heavily injured Void Giant Tortoise into the Nether Turtle's secret realm. Then, the entrance to the secret realm was completely sealed. After a few breaths, an old voice resounded throughout the entire Nether Turtle Star Field, entering the ears of a large number of explorers and treasure hunters scattered throughout this vast star field. This was clearly an order issued by an immortal-level Nether Turtle, and the endless majesty it exuded caused all the powerhouses in the starry sky to tremble. Within 10 days, all non-members of our race are to evacuate. The Nether Turtle Star Field will be completely sealed from now on. Those who stay will be beheaded. In the first universe, at the black hole of life not far from the Demon Star Field, the sound of air breaking rang out, and Yi Xian's figure appeared. This interstellar coordinate jump was finally a success. The reason why the target of this interstellar coordinate jump was targeted at the black hole of life was partly because Yi Xian had not finished his business in the first universe. Also, the black hole of life was located in the first universe, just like the source of all evil star field. The ancient void where Yi Xian activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability was not in the 3 universes. Yi Xian was not sure if it was adjacent to the second and third universes. When the Netherworld furnace tore through the void and entered that ancient void, it went from the source of all evil star field in the first universe. If there were no accidents, that ancient void should at least be adjacent to the source of all evil star field in the first universe. Therefore, the interstellar coordinate jump ability this time was a success. Only then would the probability be maximized. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. Otherwise, it would be a headache to find the void path to return to the 3 universes in the chaotic void turbulence. How many fleets that left the 3 universes to explore the unknown void of the universe left forever and never returned? It was like being exiled forever. Letting out a light breath, Yi Xian turned his head to look around. After confirming that the interstellar coordinate jump this time had been a success and that he was currently in the familiar black hole of life, his heart, which had been hanging in his throat, finally completely returned to his chest. Yi Xian was the nether turtle star field. Of the headless infant corpse, once again. Of course. Of Yi. Not. It was very important. Although Yi Xian didn't know where the void tortoise was sent to by the headless infant corpse because it was the headless infant corpse that tore open the void fissure, the headless infant corpse must know. It must be an absolutely safe place for the void tortoise to recover from its injuries in peace. When it was born, a supreme primordial lord at his peak would be Yi Xian's greatest support, apart from the headless infant corpse. The only thing he felt was a pity was that he didn't have time to send some all-evil origin liquid to the void tortoise. Yi Xian still had a little over 2,000 drops. If the void tortoise needed it, he could give it all to it. However, he was in too much of a hurry. He didn't have the chance. Although he had a great harvest this time, the headless infant corpse must have used up a lot of energy after so many attacks. First, he sent out a wisp of weak violet-black light that was like the glow of a firefly, and it entered the void tortoise's body. Even though it seemed inconspicuous, that wisp of violet-black light was definitely extraordinary. How could it be ordinary since it was able to instantly revive the void tortoise that was on the verge of death? After that, besides sending the void tortoise away and executing a great ability to flatten space and erase all traces, the headless infant corpse had shot out a wisp of the same violet-black light towards the black tribulation cloud in the distance before it was taken away by Yi Xian. If nothing unexpected happened, the azure eye of the heaven Dao would have been caught off guard as soon as it descended, and it would have been injured by this wisp of violet-black light. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had already left at that time, so he was unable to witness this scene at all. On the other hand, the headless infant corpse that was in the process of recovering had definitely exhausted a lot of energy from these attacks. Unfortunately, even though he knew that Yi Xian possessed a large amount of all-evil origin liquid, he didn't ask for it at all. This made Yi Xian feel really helpless. He wanted to help, yet he was unable to do so. Perhaps this all-evil origin liquid isn't of any use to the headless infant corpse at all. Yi Xian thought of the azure eye of the heaven Dao. He was also in the process of recovery, and he was the one who had set up the netherworld furnace refinement formation. If the all-evil origin liquid produced by the netherworld furnace was useful to existences at the level of the azure eye of the heaven Dao and the headless infant corpse, then why wouldn't the azure eye of the heaven Dao use it himself? Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly when he thought up to this point. A top-notch bigwig is a top-notch bigwig after all. This is a top-notch resource that even the almighty figures of the primordial era and the primordial exalts only get a few drops or even a drop every year, yet he actually doesn't take a fancy to it. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Because of this, Yi Xian thought of the netherworld furnace once more. If nothing unexpected happened, then the netherworld furnace should have returned to the origin of all evil by now. Perhaps the refinement after this hunt had already begun. However, it would obviously take some time for the final product of the refinement to be produced. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to go over immediately. On one hand, he was worried about the azure eye of the heaven Dao. On the other hand, he could arrive instantly after activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability, so he didn't have to worry about missing anything at all. As for what he had to do now, Yi Xian pondered for a moment before his heart began to burn with excitement. He wasn't in a hurry to deal with the remains of the 500 or so powerful primordial beings he had obtained from the netherworld furnace this time. What truly made his heart beat faster was the continuation of the ancient Dongshu technique. Now that he had obtained the complete version of the ancient Dongshu technique, this was the supreme inheritance of the void tortoise lineage, and it was of great significance to Yi Xian. Come to think of it, his cultivation had been stagnant for a very long time. His physical body and blood cultivation was now at the cosmic realm level 5, but his cultivation of the ancient Dongshu technique was still stuck at the 8th level, the black hole realm level 9 great perfection. Chapter 3885. Currently, there were a total of 9 items hovering above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. In the center were the Rai D seal and the farmer god cauldron. One of them was a naturally born treasure, while the other was a primordial treasure. Furthermore, they were both heavy artifacts. As for the Rai D seal and the Farmer God Cauldron, there were 7 small items: the Spirit Source Core, the Void Essence Crystal, the Fallen Sky Bow, the Black Gold Dragon Scale, the Netherworld Claw, the Primordial Little Demon Ape, and the Ancient Tortoise Shell that he had just entered. They each represented one of Yi Xian's abilities or bloodlines, and they were all his strongest trump cards. However, the one that Yi Xian's consciousness was approaching was the Ancient Tortoise Shell that had just entered the group. This tortoise shell represented the supreme bloodline inheritance of the Void Giant Tortoise. It was also the strongest cultivation technique that belonged to this race, the Ancient Cave Void Technique. At this moment, as Yi Xian's consciousness came into contact with this ancient tortoise shell and activated it, his mind trembled as he instantly entered an image of the inheritance imprinted on the tortoise shell. This image was of an ancient, primordial void that exuded endless vicissitudes of life. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the endless void, attracting Yi Xian's consciousness over. The image changed. A huge claw that was as vast as the sky stretched out from the endless darkness. With a casual swipe, the void instantly collapsed and an entire star field collapsed. Then, a round, flat head stretched out from the endless darkness. Boundless chaotic mist lingered around its eyes, making it impossible to see the light in its eyes. This was a giant tortoise. Just one shell pattern on its body was as large as a star system. As it crawled out from the darkness, the aura it emitted enveloped the entire universe, causing this part of the void to tremble as if it couldn't withstand it and was about to collapse. Then Yi Xian quickly received the inheritance information of the Ancient Cave Void Technique in his mind. In the picture, an ancient giant turtle that was even larger than the stars was roaming in the galaxy with its physical body. It raised its head and roared, and a black energy rushed out from its mouth. Like a small meteor, it rushed into the endless horizon. At first, it was a small star core. Then, it grew into a shooting star. Slowly, it grew into a satellite, a planet, and then a star. In the end, it grew into a nebula and a vast galaxy. Then, it suddenly exploded and shrank to the extreme, turning into a black hole in the vast starry sky. Devour all things. This whole process was the first 8 realms of the starry sky level cultivation. There was no more after that, because the tortoise shell was only damaged, the inheritance was broken. These were all present in the damaged tortoise shell that Yi Xian had obtained previously, and only these were present. But now, the simple tortoise shell condensed from the complete inheritance in his mind clearly contained more information than the previous 8 great realms. After the black hole realm came the origin point, followed by the Grotto Heaven realm, Mystic Light realm, Void Space realm, Genesis realm, Cosmic Light realm. At this time, a corresponding change occurred in the inheritance picture. The huge black hole that represented the 8th great realm of the starry sky level quickly condensed. When it reached its limit, it turned into a faint. This was the profound meaning of the origin realm. During the process of the black hole condensing into a dot, a large number of obscure runes were released from Yi Xian's mind like compressed packets being released. Come, he instantly understood. Then, the tiny dot formed by the extreme condensing of the black hole expanded again, evolving into a small paradise. It emitted a mysterious light, giving birth to a void, giving birth to the initial embryonic form of a star domain, and finally becoming a vast universe with stars and voids, forming a complete universe. This whole process was the path that the Ancient Cave Void Technique had to take to reach the first 15 great realms of the starry sky level. The picture demonstration was only a representation of the image. Most importantly, during the demonstration process, it continuously released the obscure mysteries of the technique that appeared in Yi Xian's mind. Righteousness. Although Yi Xian had already obtained the complete inheritance of the Ancient Cave Void Technique, and if he continued to cultivate, he could even grow to become a supreme existence like the giant void tortoise. But now, the realm of his physical body and vital energy was only at the cosmic light level. He was advancing towards the last great realm of the first 15 great realms of the starry sky level, which was the universe level. Therefore, what the simple tortoiseshell demonstrated now was only the complete profound meaning of the first 15 great realms. The subsequent demonstrations of the profound meanings of the Star Lord level, Domain Lord level, Sector Lord level, Universe level, and Immortal level would only appear when his cultivation base reached a certain level. Yi Xian was not in a hurry. He immediately withdrew from the inheritance picture, adjusted his state of mind, and began to cultivate from the 8th great realm, the 9th great perfection of the black hole level. The next moment, in the sea of cultivation under the ancient tortoiseshell that was suspended above his sea of consciousness, endless waves of sea of consciousness suddenly surged up like a tsunami. The entire vast sea of consciousness came to life, completely churning. In the center, an incomparably huge giant void tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of the sea of consciousness. Every tortoise shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This giant void tortoise represented the ancient cave void technique that Yi Xian cultivated. Because this ancient technique was the highest bloodline inheritance of the ancient cave void tortoise clan, Yi Xian obtained the complete technique at this moment and began to cultivate it. In the vast sea of consciousness in his sea of consciousness, the phantom of this supreme giant tortoise appeared. Yi Xian's fleshly body and vital energy had already reached the 5th level of the cosmic realm. Now that he had obtained a complete set of the ancient Dongshu technique and fully understood the mysteries of the first 15 great realms, his cultivation speed was naturally incomparably fast. It was as if he was recovering, as if he was pouring water into a pool that had been built long ago. Along with the consumption of a large amount of cultivation resources, his cultivation level in the ancient cave void technique instantly soared like a rocket. The entire process lasted for about a day. When Yi Xian opened his eyes again, a familiar system notification instantly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ancient cave void technique has broken through. Current realm, cosmic light level 6. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ancient cave void technique has broken through. Current realm, cosmic light level 7. This was not the end, because along with the rapid improvement of his cultivation, it also caused the vital energy in his body to surge again. Thus, an almost identical system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ancient cave void technique has broken through. Current realm, cosmic light level 6. Ding! Congratulations, host. The ancient cave void technique has broken through. Current realm, cosmic light level 7. Ancient cave void technique, cosmic light level 7. Chapter 3886. At this moment, the cultivation of his cultivation and the power of his flesh and blood were finally synchronized, causing Yi Xian to feel an unprecedented feeling of his spirit and flesh finally reaching perfection. It was incomparably comfortable. After taking a long breath, Yi Xian stood up and roared, "True form of the demonic ape." His bloodline was activated in less than a second, and the true form of the demonic ape with 3 heads and 6 arms was revealed. His original body had soared from the cosmic level 7 to the cosmos realm. 8th cosmos realm. If Yi Xian were to use the first 3 transformations of the devil ape again while activating the true body of the devil ape, his true body would be 30,000 meters tall, and his cultivation would increase by 3 small levels. At that time, he would be at the 2nd level of the Star Lord state. He was still in the beginning phase of the Star Lord state, but it was completely different from the first level. After all, it would take a long time for the experts of the Star state to make a breakthrough, even if it was just a minor advancement. Yi Xian, on the other hand, had only been able to reach the 1st level of the Star Lord state after using all his skills. However, he had already reached the 2nd level of the Star Lord state in less than a month after using all his bloodline skills. Any Star Lord would have been envious if they had heard of it. Yi Xian had already verified that every transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape could instantly increase one's overall cultivation by a small level. There was no suspense at all. Therefore, he didn't perform the first 3 transformations of the demonic ape, because he had something else on his mind. It was the 500 corpses of the primordial creatures that he had stolen from the netherworld cauldron. His harvest was truly astonishing. He had obtained 13 corpses of lords of the primordial era, more than 200 corpses of the primordial creatures, and more than 200 corpses of the primordial creatures that were below the primordial era. In total, there were almost 500 corpses of the primordial creatures that were above the immortal level. It was definitely a shocking amount of resources. Although it didn't seem like much compared to the total number of corpses in the Netherworld Cauldron, Yi Xian would have had to rely on luck if he wanted to obtain one of the corpses of the primordial creatures that were above the immortal level. Very soon, Yi Xian cancelled the true form of the ancient demonic ape and reverted to his human form. He had chosen the appearance of Linghu Young Master. Hiu! With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron was summoned from his body and suspended in front of him. Although it wasn't in its complete form like a giant star, it was still a colossal object with a diameter of 10,000 feet. The 500 corpses of the primordial creatures that he had stolen from the Netherworld Cauldron were all above the immortal level. Among them, there were even 13 corpses of the lords of the primordial. With Yi Xian's current strength, it was impossible for him to take them into his body directly. He could only rely on the farmer god cauldron and borrow its power. Now, these precious corpses of the primordial creatures were all stored in sealed caves at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron's space inside the cauldron by Yi Xian. Just like the corpse of the primordial underworld ant first-generation descendant he had obtained from the Hell Ant tribe and the corpse of the primordial purple-gold void rat he had obtained from the space rat tribe, each corpse was stored separately in a sealed cave. After summoning the farmer god cauldron, Yi Xian didn't immediately take action. He seemed to have sunk into deep thought, pondering over something. According to his calculations, even if the Netherworld Cauldron returned to the origin of all evil right after him, it would immediately begin refining the thousands of corpses of the primordial creatures they had obtained from this hunt. Even if the Netherworld Cauldron itself had undergone an evolution and its power had increased compared to before, it would still take at least 3 days to complete the refinement of this cauldron of all evil origin fluid. It had only been a day since he had launched an interstellar coordinate jump and returned to the black hole of life. There were still 2 days left. Wasting time wasn't a solution. Moreover, he had just experienced a cultivation breakthrough, so it wasn't very suitable for him to waste time cultivating. Therefore, Yi Xian summoned the farmer god cauldron with a wave of his hand. His goal was to use the farmer god cauldron to refine the flesh medicine and waste these 2 days. Currently, Yi Xian's cultivation had reached cosmic light level 7. With another 2 minor breakthroughs, he would reach cosmic light level 9 perfection. At that time, he would need to use the final level 15 fluid. Once he used up the level 15 fluid, he would reach cosmic light level 9 perfection. If he still couldn't refine the level 16 fluid, then his cultivation in terms of flesh and blood would remain stagnant. Although he could continue cultivating the ancient Dongshu mantra to the end, he wouldn't have any problems with the lack of cultivation until he became a primordial sovereign like the giant void tortoise. However, now that his cultivation had finally synchronized with his physical body, Yi Xian didn't want to leave either one behind. It would be like walking on one leg. How could it compare to running on 2 legs? In short, the refinement of the level 16 fluid was imminent. It was also because of this that Yi Xian shifted his focus to this aspect whenever he had free time. However, such concentration did indeed give him a lot of benefits. During this period of time, Yi Xian had used the computing power of the devouring system in his body to frequently deduce. Now, he had some understanding of how to use the power of the Shenong cauldron to refine the flesh and blood medicine with the 4 colored flames. In these 2 days, he planned to go from the theoretical level to the practical level. He would choose 1 or 2 corpses from the large number of primordial creatures' corpses he obtained from the Netherworld Cauldron to refine his hand. In any case, he had plenty of such corpses now. It wouldn't be a pity even if he wasted them. As long as he could improve every time he failed, it would be fine, even if the improvement was minimal. There are only 13 corpses of primordial sovereigns. They are too precious. Even if I want to try, I'll have to wait until later. However, if the raw material is too poor, I'm afraid the effect won't be very clear. So, I'll try using a primordial mighty figure's corpses. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian made up his mind. In an instant, a primordial mighty figure's corpses were taken out from the isolated cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. They appeared in the belly of the farmer god cauldron. It was the primordial silver dragon. Screech. Chapter 3887. Protecting the calf? What kind of situation was this? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot. His mind was a little confused. After a few moments of daze, he vaguely understood what was going on. If he guessed correctly, this silver dragon that he was going to use to refine the four colors Shenong flame into a great medicine should be a creature from the primordial era that belonged to the headless infant corpse. Although the silver dragon had already fallen, in the eyes of the headless infant corpse, even if it was just a precious body, it would not be treated this way. Although this was a little unreasonable, it was not difficult to understand. Yi Xian also agreed with this. Since the silver dragon was not going to work, then he would just change to another precious body. It was impossible that the 500 or so primordial era corpses in his hands were all from the headless infant corpses camp in that great battle of the primordial era, right? Depressed, Yi Xian put the silver dragon's corpse back and took out a black armored unicorn. It was also the corpse of a powerful being from the primordial era, and tried to draw a wisp of Shenong's four colors flame closer. This time, although the headless infant corpse did not let out a fierce roar, Yi Xian's chest still burned with a warning. Fine, it still did not work. This black armored unicorn was probably from his camp back then. His luck was too good. He randomly picked two corpses and it was 2 consecutive hits. Depressed, Yi Xian could only send the black armored unicorn back and take out another corpse of a powerful being from the primordial era. In the end, it still did not work. I'll endure. At this time, Yi Xian was already quite impatient, but he did not flare up. Instead, he continued to test it repeatedly. After 13 consecutive times with the same result, Yi Xian finally went berserk. He jumped on the spot and roared thunderously, "You did it on purpose. You definitely did it on purpose. This young master does not believe that his luck will be so good today. 13 consecutive hits? Can you not be so obvious when you are trying to trick me?" After being warned 13 times in a row, Yi Xian was now sure that he had been tricked by the headless infant corpse. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. His words were also somewhat impolite. Even if this young master's luck is really too good, winning all the bets, and these 13 corpses were indeed warriors of our camp back then, so what? Now that this young master is being dragged into this mess by you, I have to grow up as soon as possible, right? These guys have been dead for countless years. Their corpses are also a kind of resource. Why can't we use them ourselves? It is best not to be so of them. With that said, Yi Xian planned to take advantage of the anger in his heart to cook the rice first. This kind of thing might be a knot in the headless infant corpse's heart, just like the little girl's thing. She would be hesitant about it for the first time, but after the first time, she would not care about it anymore. With that in mind, Yi Xian did not even bother with the primordial era experts this time. He directly pulled out one of the 13 primordial era corpses and appeared in the center of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. He was ready to draw out a wisp of Shenong's four-colored flames to start the refinement of the flesh and blood medicine, Screech. At this moment, Yi Xian's left chest suddenly became hot again, and there was also a sudden screech that was not very loud, but still carried a strong sense of warning and protectiveness. *CK. You are still in the mood, aren't you? This young master doesn't believe that today's matter is not negotiable. If you have the ability, then do it with this young master. Yi Xian was furious. After being repeatedly warned by the headless infant corpse, he was really angry. This time, he was determined to consume the primordial era corpses that he had just pulled out, even if it meant falling out with the headless infant corpse. It would be best if he could force the headless infant corpse to leave. In this way, he would remove a knot in his heart. At least, he would not have to worry about being dragged into the final battle between him and the Eye of Heaven in the future. As if sensing Yi Xian's determination, the headless infant corpse, after letting out a screech, immediately fell into silence. Even the burning sensation that came from the left side of Yi Xian's chest disappeared. Just when Yi Xian thought that the headless infant corpse had made a concession due to his tough attitude, there was a sudden buzzing sound in his mind at this moment. At this moment, Yi Xian really felt a little panicked. He thought that the headless infant corpse was going to attack him in anger, but he soon realized that he had misunderstood. The buzzing sound in his mind was because a piece of information had been transmitted to him. This was obviously the headless infant corpse's doing. It was using this method to communicate with Yi Xian and roughly explain the reason why it had stopped Yi Xian from using the primordial era corpses. This piece of information had images and some obscure runes that Yi Xian didn't recognize. However, the strange thing was that as soon as his divine sense came into contact with these runes, he immediately understood the meaning of each rune. These runes were obviously a higher level of expression. Yi Xian had never even heard of their existence before. Through this information and images, Yi Xian finally understood why the headless infant corpse had stopped him. The images contained in the information were all related to the Tower of Ancients' inheritance. Yi Xian recognized them at a glance. After all, he had already refined this tower. It was just that now it had been transferred to the treasured body of devouring. The headless infant corpse had stopped Yi Xian from using the corpses of the primordial era mighty figures and primordial era supreme figures because through the Tower of Ancients' inheritance, there was a possibility that the primordial era supreme figures and above could live a second life. Of course, this was only limited to the primordial era supreme figures and primordial era supreme figures. Even the quasi-primordial era supreme figures did not have this opportunity, not to mention the universe-level and immortal-level creatures of the primordial era. The reason was very simple. If the Farmer God Cauldron and the Netherworld Cauldron were both top-notch treasures even during the Untainted Era, then the Tower of Desolation was even more awesome. The Netherworld Stove was personally refined by the Green Eye of the Heavenly Way, while the Shenong Cauldron was refined by a primordial era supreme figure on the headless infant corpse's side. But after all, they were both acquired objects. The Tower of Ancients' inheritance was a congenital treasure. Although they were both primordial era supreme treasures, the difference between acquired and congenital was like the difference between heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. Back then, when the war was in full swing, the Tower of the Ancients appeared out of nowhere and hovered above the void battleground of the Battle of the Ancients. All the existences above the level of the ancients who had not yet fallen could send a strand of their spiritual sense into the Tower of the Ancients, regardless of which side they belonged to. No one knew where the Tower of the Desolate Land's inheritance came from, but they instantly understood its meaning. After this strand of spiritual sense was handed over, it would be preserved by the Tower of the Desolate Land's inheritance. Even if they were to fall in this battle, with this strand of spiritual sense, they would be able to revive in the future and live a second life. Chapter 3888. In fact, in addition to the corpse ancestor Hanba and the corpse ancestor Hoqing in the Yanluo, even in the Tower of Desolation, there was another powerful figure from the Desolation era who had indeed lived a second life. That was the venerable Void Ladle, who was now following the devouring avatar. It had even been able to reconstruct its true body due to some kind of opportunity. Unlike the demonic dragon phantom that was also following the devouring avatar, it had a real body. Although the current venerable Void Ladle was still very weak, at least it could not be compared to the first life of a powerful figure from the Desolation era when it was at its peak. Even after its second life, the evolution of its life form was not high enough, so many of its memories were sealed. However, as time passed, as the venerable Void Ladle's cultivation base and strength slowly increased, the degree of evolution became higher and higher. Everything that he had sealed in this source of spiritual sense of the past, obviously, all the memories would be unsealed one after another. In the end, when the second life of the venerable Void Ladle had also grown to the level of a powerful figure from the Desolation era, all the sealed memories would return. As a result, it was no different from being reborn in its peak state. However, only a wisp of the source of spiritual sense was retained in the Tower of Desolation era. Like a seed, it had the possibility of living a second life. However, whether it could really make this second life a reality was still uncertain. For example, the demonic dragon phantom that was following the devouring avatar. Like the venerable Void Ladle, it was also a powerful figure from the Desolation era. It had left a wisp of its source of spiritual sense in the Tower of Desolation era. But now, due to a coincidence, the Void Ladle Sovereign was able to reconstruct his true body with Yi Xian's blessing and truly live a second life. As long as he didn't die prematurely during this process, once he completely matured, it would be equivalent to being reborn. However, the demonic dragon phantom was different. Although his source of spiritual sense was also brought out of the Tower of Desolation era by Yi Xian, it was only an energy phantom. It did not have a physical body, so it could not be considered to have truly lived a second life. This was because the energy of this demonic dragon phantom would be consumed if it did not encounter an opportunity to reconstruct the true body of the demonic dragon. In the end, when the energy of the demonic dragon's shadow was completely depleted, the source of consciousness that he had left in the Tower of Desolate Antiquity and was later brought out by Yi Xian would also be destroyed. At that time, the primordial demonic dragon would have completely fallen. Even the seed it had left behind to live a second life would be destroyed. It could be said that the origin of spiritual sense left in the Tower of Ancients' inheritance by the masters of both camps who were at the level of the primordial great powers could only be regarded as a seed. However, whether this seed could sprout again, reconstruct its true form, and live a second life would depend on its own circumstances. It was not easy for an existence of this level to reconstruct their true body. This was related to their own bloodline attribute. For example, Corpse Ancestor Hanba and Corpse Ancestor Hoqing. Although Yi Xian had a large number of top-grade resources in his hands, without the origin of Corpse Dao, Hanba and Hoqing would not be able to reconstruct their true forms. Hanba was the luckiest. A wisp of Corpse Dao origin was originally sealed in the Yanluo. After she woke up first, she immediately used it to reconstruct her true form. After that, she was able to use top-grade resources such as the innate chilling spiritual liquid. Otherwise, without her true form, these top-grade resources would not be able to solve the problem. She would not be able to solve the problem. In fact, Hoqing was also lucky. In the ancestral land of the Space Rat clan, she had also obtained a wisp of Corpse Dao origin from the remains of the purple gold void rat. If this wisp of Corpse Dao origin had not helped her reconstruct her true form, it would have been useless no matter how many top-grade resources Yi Xian had given her. This included Void Lord Ladle. If Yi Xian had not possessed a Void Marrow Crystal, he would most likely have ended up like the Demon Dragon's Phantom. Since Lord Ladle had yet to reconstruct his true form, he could not be considered to have truly lived a second life. From this, it could be seen that although the Tower of Desolation contained a large number of Desolation-era experts of both camps and above, it was still very difficult to make these seeds germinate and truly live a second life. It was still very, very difficult. However, the 13 Primordial Supremes and the 200 or so Primordial Supremes remains that Yi Xian had obtained from the Netherworld Cauldron could perfectly solve this problem. The 13 Primordial Supremes and the 200 or so Primordial Supremes did not directly perish in the Great Battle back then. Basically, they had all fled into the Void Crack after being severely injured. After a period of healing and recovery, they could not hold on in the end and died due to the loss of their consciousness. Although their consciousness was gone, the remains of their true forms were still there. With these well-preserved remains, their rebirth and resurrection were much more convenient than the other Primordial Supremes who had perished in that battle. Although the headless infant corpse did not dare to guarantee the success rate, after all, even he and the Heavenly Eye were confused about the origins of the desolate ancient inheritance tower. They had no way of knowing. When the battle began back then, it was only because they saw this mysterious innate treasure tower that they did not side with either side. Moreover, it only took action to collect the Primordial Supremes and above Primordial Supremes' spiritual source and nothing else. Therefore, it did not interfere and allowed them to leave after completing their mission. However, according to the Headless Infant Corpse's deduction, if these Primordial Sovereigns and Primordial Sovereigns were able to preserve their complete bodies, they would be able to fuse with their own spirit sense essence, which they had taken the initiative to separate and preserve in the ancient Tower of Inheritance back then. Then, there was at least a 50% chance that they could directly resurrect with their true forms and live a second life, without waiting for the opportunity to reconstruct their bloodline real bodies. This was originally their true forms, so it was the most suitable. If a wisp of Primordial Supreme's spiritual source entered, the compatibility would be perfect. Then, why would they need to reconstruct their bloodline real bodies? It was precisely for this reason that the headless infant corpse prevented Yi Xian from taking action on these remains, even if they were from the opposing camp back then. After all, the first life was the first life, and the second life was like a new life. Even the existence of life was different. Even if they were from the opposing camp back then, it was not impossible to instigate them in this life. If it really did not work, then it could be erased at that time. Of course, this was only limited to the Primordial Supremes and above. As for the rest, it was not included in this list. This was because even if their remains were well preserved, there was not a wisp of Primordial Supreme's spiritual source left in the Tower of Desolation. Naturally, there was no chance for them to live a second life. In other words, of the more than 500 Primordial Supremes remains that Yi Xian had brought out from the Netherworld furnace this time, nearly half of them could not be taken lightly. The headless infant corpse would be left for the future. He would send them into the Tower of Desolation to see if he could use their own wisp of Primordial Supreme's spiritual source left in the tower. Then he would resurrect them and let them live a second life. As for the other half of the remains that were below the Primordial Supreme's level, Yi Xian could do whatever he wanted. Chapter 3889. Yi Xian fell into deep thought after he figured out the reason why the infant corpse had stopped him from taking the 13 Supreme Primordial Masters and the 200 Supreme Primordial Masters remains. In any case, he could not touch the remains he had just obtained from the Dark Cauldron. At that time, there were a large number of powerful Primordial Masters remains in the Dark Cauldron. Yi Xian took advantage of the situation and kept the remains. Naturally, he chose the ones that were basically intact. Therefore, the 500 or so primordial creature corpses he had obtained were all in perfect condition. More than half of the Primordial Masters' remains were below the level of Supreme Primordial Masters. He could do whatever he wanted with them. After all, there was no possibility for them to live a second life. However, as for the 13 Supreme Primordial Masters and the 200 Supreme Primordial Masters' remains, when Yi Xian met with his devouring doppelganger, he had to send them all into the Tower of Ancients' inheritance. He wanted to see if he could use the origin of spiritual sense left in the Tower of Ancients' inheritance to revive a few of the Primordial Masters. Even if the probability of success was low, as long as a few of the Supreme Primordial Masters and Supreme Primordial Masters could be revived and live a second life, the harvest would be very impressive. After all, it was not like the Void Ladle Master, who was revived by rebuilding his bloodline real body. Instead, it was directly revived with their original body. Presumably, if it was successful, even if their cultivation could not reach their peak, they would not be too weak. As for the issue of camp, Yi Xian agreed with the headless infant corpse's statement. The battle of the Primordial Masters only represented the standpoint of their previous lives. But now that they had lived a second life, the existence of their lives had changed. What was so difficult about changing their standpoint? If he did encounter some stubborn existences, he could just kill them. With the headless corpse, it was not difficult to kill a primordial grand cultivator or supreme master of the ancients who had just been resurrected. It could be said that this was definitely a piece of good news. In an instant, it solved the problem of the future high-end battle force on Yi Xian's side. The Tower of Desolation was a terrifyingly powerful trump card. Through it, even the supreme beings of the Desolation Era and the supreme beings of the Desolation Era could be revived. There was even the possibility of a second life. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. But this was not what made Yi Xian the happiest. More importantly, through the information that the headless infant corpse revealed to him, Yi Xian also understood an even more important point. It was actually related to the Netherworld furnace. Before this, Yi Xian had planned to head to the source of all evil star domain again in 2 days to obtain the all-evil origin liquid that the Netherworld furnace had condensed from the remains of the primordial beings they had hunted this time. The headless infant corpse was currently parasitizing Yi Xian's body, so it was obviously able to sense his thoughts. Because of this, Taking advantage of the opportunity to explain the matters related to the ancient desolate inheritance tower to him, the headless infant corpse also suggested to Yi Xian, telling him that he absolutely shouldn't enter the source of all evil this time. On the one hand, because of the previous precedent, whether it was the Netherworld Furnace or the Eye of the Heavenly Way, it was very likely that they were on guard. Even the sudden advance of the unplanned condensation this time could be a trap. With the headless infant corpse, although it could protect Yi Xian, it would definitely be exposed. It was fine if the headless infant corpse was exposed, but once Yi Xian was exposed, all kinds of revenge attacks would come one after another like a tide, causing him to completely collapse. With the Eye of the Heavenly Ways methods, it could easily find out all the forces related to Yi Xian. When the time came, they would all become targets for destruction, including the demon race and Triumph City. The price was too heavy. Just for the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the Netherworld Furnace this time, it was really not worth taking such a huge risk. Of course, the headless infant corpse didn't mean to leave the matter at that and allow the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the Netherworld Furnace this time to be transported by the runic chains to the high-level forces of the enemy camp that needed it, helping them recover from their injuries. In fact, the headless infant corpse didn't just give a warning. It even gave a suggestion. If they acted according to its suggestion, if they succeeded, the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the Netherworld Furnace would sooner or later belong to Yi Xian. The content of this suggestion was very simple and it was finished in a single sentence. It was to find a way to prevent the all-evil origin liquid condensed by the Netherworld Furnace this time and in the future from being transported out through the runic chains. As long as they could do this, the all-evil origin liquid would remain in the Netherworld Furnace. One day, it would all belong to Yi Xian. That was because the headless corpse of the infant child had already plotted against the Netherworld Furnace in the dark. Previously, when Yi Xian appeared in the source of all evil as the primordial little demon ape, in order to obtain the approval and protection of the Nether Furnace, Yi Xian had handed over a drop of soul blood to the primordial turtle so that he could help fuse it into the Nether Furnace. This drop of soul blood had been tampered with by the headless infant corpse. The headless infant corpse had added something inside, but it hadn't been activated yet because the time wasn't right. Once it was activated, the headless infant corpse had an 80% chance of seizing control of the Netherworld Furnace from the Heavenly Dao's green eye. At that time, Yi Xian only needed to refine the Netherworld Furnace like the farmer god cauldron. At that time, the Heavenly Dao's green eye wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how unwilling he was. Unless he killed Yi Xian, he wouldn't be able to take back the Netherworld Furnace. Since the Netherworld Furnace had been refined, the all-evil origin liquid that was stored inside the Netherworld Furnace that hadn't been transported out through the runic chains would naturally belong to Yi Xian. He could do whatever he wanted with it. Too despicable. Too shameless. After understanding all of this, Yi Xian was so agitated that he almost jumped up on the spot. Right now, he was extremely suspicious that his way of doing things had gradually become a little unorthodox, where he would rob and extort for no reason. This was most likely because the headless infant corpse had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo and followed him everywhere, thus affecting his own body. It was very obvious that this guy was too ruthless and too despicable. Compared to him, Yi Xian's previous robberies and extortions were simply child's play. Including his actions in the Netherworld Furnace this time, Yi Xian had only secretly stolen the corpses of several hundred primordial creatures from the Netherworld Furnace, taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. However, the headless infant corpse's move was no different from a desperate measure. If it really succeeded, it would definitely destroy the foundation of the Heavenly Dao's green eye's future rise again. A big shot was a big shot indeed. Either he didn't make a move, or when he did, it was simply earth-shattering. Even Yi Xian didn't dare to think of such a grand move, but he had already quietly made arrangements. Moreover, if no major accidents happened, this matter really could be successfully completed by him. Chapter 3890. After the unexpected evolution last time, the current Netherworld Furnace had already begun to develop an artifact spirit. From the fact that it could temporarily remove the rune chains on the furnace walls, it was likely that after returning to the depths of the source of all evil, It would also be able to remove the temporarily removed chains on its own accord. Once again, it would connect to the furnace walls. Therefore, it was definitely not easy to prevent the netherworld furnace from transporting the condensed all-evil origin liquid through those rune chains. Merely breaking those rune chains would probably not have any effect at all. Perhaps after exhausting all his effort and energy, the other party would be able to easily reconnect the chains. If that was really the case, Yixian would probably go crazy. The best method was to completely destroy those rune chains. Of course, they could only destroy half of the rune chains used to transport the product of the netherworld furnace, the all-evil origin liquid. As for the other half, the rune chains used to transport the raw materials of flesh and blood into the netherworld furnace that had been locked onto by the Eye of the Heavens Dao and constructed a stable passageway had to be kept. Yixian only wanted to prevent the condensed all-evil origin liquid from being transported out, not prevent the raw materials of flesh and blood used to condense the all-evil origin liquid from being transported in. As long as the product of the netherworld furnace could not be transported out, all the all-evil origin liquid it had condensed would be stored inside the netherworld furnace. When the time was right, the headless infant corpse would activate the secret material he had added to Yixian's soul blood and snatch the netherworld furnace. After being refined by Yixian, it would be stored in the netherworld. All the all-evil origin liquid in the netherworld furnace would then fall into Yixian's pocket. Just the thought of it was enough to make one extremely excited. However, it was obviously impossible for Yixian to destroy all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquid out by himself. He did not have the strength to do so. Even if he did, he would not be able to do it himself. The netherworld furnace had already returned to the source of all evil star domain. There was even a high possibility that a wisp of the Eye of the Heavens Dao's consciousness was lurking in the dark, spying on them. The moment Yixian appeared, it was tantamount to exposing himself, and he would be locked onto by the Eye of the Heavens Dao from then on. This matter could only be done by someone else. To put it bluntly, it was killing with a borrowed knife. Yixian frowned and pondered for a while. Soon, he had a general idea and grinned. Putting the matter of the netherworld furnace to the back of his mind for the time being, Yixian took out the flesh and blood of a creature of the desolation level from the cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the Shenong cauldron. Furthermore, he directly guided a wisp of Shenong's four-colored flames over it and began to refine it according to the method of refining the flesh medicine that he had deduced previously. Sure enough, the headless corpse didn't react this time. Even though they had seen the Wasteland Inheritance Tower fly across the void above the battlefield during the Battle of the Wastelands, they were not qualified or powerful enough to insert a strand of their spiritual sense into the tower. Therefore, in the eyes of the headless infant corpses, their remains were worthless. Of course, it was different for Yixian. It was also a top-grade flesh and blood resource. Now, he was using the Shenong's four-colored flames to refine the remains of a creature of the desolation level. This was only the first step. According to the result of Yixian's devouring system's deduction, if he wanted to use this method to refine the level 16 liquid, he would have to add all kinds of heavenly treasures, minerals, and other resources after the first step of refining, but that was the follow-up step. Yixian hadn't even mastered the first step of refining, so he naturally wouldn't waste resources. After all kinds of heavenly treasures that could be used to refine the level 16 liquid were extremely rare. Even Yixian didn't have many of them. As the Shenong four-colored flame burned, the feathers of this quasi-desolate era creature quickly fell off. Its flesh was roasted to a golden color, and its fat seeped out. It also emitted an exotic fragrance that penetrated one's heart. It was a 9-headed bird that was 90,000 meters long. However, after being roasted by the Shenong's four-colored flames, its body had been reduced to only 60,000 meters long. If it had only been roasted, he would have been able to feast on it. After all, it was the remains of a great being of the desolation level. Even though it had been dead for a long time, the remaining energy in its flesh and blood was still astonishing. Even Yixian, who often roasted such flesh and blood, had never eaten it before. He had never tasted such a delicacy. He had only ever roasted the remains of Star Lords and Sector Lords before, and he had only ever roasted the flesh of a quasi-primordial expert, which was the purple gold void rat he had obtained from the space rat's ancestral land. Yi Xian had once cut off a large chunk of the rat's flesh and roasted it. Now, as the nine-headed bird was completely roasted to a golden yellow by the Shenong four-colored flames, an alluring fragrance permeated through the cauldron and spread throughout his body. The saliva in Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but stir as his mouth was filled with saliva. However, he managed to suppress the urge, because his purpose this time wasn't to roast the meat, but to refine the flesh and blood medicine. If one wanted to use this method to refine level 16 or even higher gene cultivation fluid, the first step was to refine the prepared blood and flesh to the point where it had completely turned into a blood and flesh pulp. Although the nine-headed bird's remains had been completely roasted, it was still far from being completely transformed into a blood and flesh pulp. He could eat it if he only wanted to wrap his stomach, but he had only just begun to refine the flesh and blood medicine. After forcefully suppressing the strong appetite in his heart, Yi Xian adjusted his state of mind. His originally restless state of mind quickly calmed down. He then took a deep breath and increased the input of the Shenong's four-colored flames. He also tried to control them in the slightest. This process was extremely crucial, and the slightest bit of carelessness would result in failure. Either the precious nine-headed bird's flesh would be directly burnt to a crisp, or the entire precious body would not be able to completely melt down the precious blood, precious flesh, and precious elixir. Time passed slowly. Yi Xian focused on controlling the Shenong's four-colored flames and refining the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood. Gradually, the body, which had been reduced to only 6,000 meters due to the power of the Shenong's four-colored flames, began to shrink again. 5,500 meters. 5,000 meters. During this process, the dense fragrance that was being emitted from the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure that was becoming smaller and smaller became even more intense. Chapter 3891. The reason why Yi Xian was hiding in the heart of the central domain volcano was to guard against these native beasts who had long since turned into gluttons. Over this period of time, millions of native vicious beasts had been gathering at the edge of the central domain volcano, queuing up to roast meat. It was only in the last 2 days that the magnificent sight of millions of vicious beasts queuing up to roast meat at the edge of the central domain volcano had gradually disappeared due to the nearly depletion of their stock of meat. Although there were all sorts of spirit birds and spirit beasts in the mountains within the farmer god cauldron, on the one hand, they were raised by Yi Xian to be used for alchemy in the future. They weren't spoils of war stored in the hands of the native vicious beasts, so it wasn't easy to harm them. On the other hand, because these spirit birds and spirit beasts hadn't matured yet, the energy in their flesh wasn't dense. Even if they were roasted with a strange flame like the farmer god's four-colored flames, it would only satisfy their appetite at most. It wouldn't have much effect on the evolution of the body or life form. Therefore, these spirit birds and spirit beasts in the mountains within the farmer god cauldron had escaped this calamity. Although they had only been out of food for 2 short days, these 2 days felt like years to these gluttons who had long since become picky with their food. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no idea that Yi Xian still had large amounts of top-grade meat stored in the various sealed caves at the bottom of the central domain volcano, they had probably set their sights on that place for a long time. Moreover, it was very likely that the 2 ferocious beast emperors, the primordial porcupine and the primordial turtle, were leading the theft, just like Xianyuan Xing and the other 2 girls who had wreaked havoc in the cauldron space back then. Of course, these sealed caves at the bottom of the central domain volcano had long been reinforced by Yi Xian, and had even used the power of the farmer god cauldron to set up layers upon layers of restrictions. Even if the 2 domain lords, the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise, were to take the lead, there was basically no chance of success. Once bitten, twice shy. Yi Xian had already been harmed by the 3 purplish warbler girls once, so he naturally wouldn't make the same mistake twice. However, he still underestimated this group of foodies. After 2 days of desolation, this group of people were already so hungry that their eyes were glowing. At this moment, although Yi Xian was hiding in the center of the central region's volcano and refining his hands, the 9-headed bird's flesh and blood was being roasted, and the fragrance that was being continuously refined spread out through the vast volcano's crater. The entire cauldron's vast space had long been filled with fragrance. Millions of people. When the foodie smelled it, he immediately became spirited. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Without exception, they all swarmed over. It smells so good. This pig dares to bet that this time, what is being roasted is definitely the flesh and blood of a universe-level existence. Who did it? I'm very angry, and the consequences are very serious. That's right. That's right. The aroma seems to be coming from the bottom of the volcano. Pull it out. Pull out the guy who is eating the barbecued meat alone. God damn it. He picked up a piece of the universe-level flesh treasure and didn't give it to Master Pig and Master Tortoise. He's such a jerk. Millions of indigenous ferocious beasts all rushed out from the surrounding mountains and gathered around the crater of the central region's volcano. They crouched down and peered into the depths of the volcano's crater. This scene was truly strange and inexplicable, causing Yi Xian's entire body to tremble. He was originally concentrating on refining the corpse of the quasi-desolate ancient nine-headed bird that was floating in front of him. He was careful and had already refined it to a size of around 3,000 feet. Although it still hadn't reached the level of treasure blood, treasure flesh, and treasure pulp, at least 6,000 feet, had shrunk by half. The initial refinement was half complete. Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. As his originally focused mind was disturbed, Yi Xian was slightly distracted. The Shengnong four-colored flames, which were originally under close control, instantly became unstable. Although he instantly became alert, it was already too late. In less than half an instant, the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood that had shrunk to around 3,000 feet due to the refinement had shrunk to around 10,000 feet. In the blink of an eye, about 1/10 of the treasure body had been roasted black. It's burnt, hurry up and turn off the fire. Ayaya, it's already cooked. Why you still in a daze? Hurry up and turn off the fire. Bring that big guy up. This turtle has been hungry for several days. Well, it smells so good. If you don't come up, this pig will jump down. Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, the howls of the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise came from the northern edge of the central region's volcano. Seeing that Yi Xian had roasted a large hunk of treasure meat that was about 3,000 feet long into charcoal, these two fellows were even more anxious than him. At this moment, they were jumping around at the northern edge of the central region's volcano. If it weren't for the large amount of Shengnong four-colored flames floating in the belly of the volcano, and they were extremely dense, they would have already brazenly jumped down. They would have jumped down. In addition to the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial tortoise, there were also dozens of Star-Lord old monsters and more than 100 universe realm indigenous fierce beasts behind them. This group of fellows did not dare to clamor at Yi Xian, but all of their eyes were shining with green light, and the corners of their mouths were dripping with saliva. They stared eagerly at the interior of the volcano below, and from time to time, there would be faint slurping sounds. F***CK. This young master is being targeted by a thief. Staring blankly at the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body that was suspended in front of him, because 1/10 of it had been roasted, Yi Xian simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Fortunately, this was only his first time refining. To be able to successfully refine the 6,000-meter-long nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body to a mere 3,000-meter-long size, completing half of the initial refinement process. This progress had already exceeded Yi Xian's original expectations. Therefore, although this first refinement failed in the end, Yi Xian was not too disappointed. At least, although the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body was precious, Yi Xian still had more than 200 similar flesh and blood treasures of desolate-era creatures of the immortal realm and above that he could refine. Only losing one was not a big deal at all. Moreover, although the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body was ruined, nearly 90% of it was still golden and shiny and could be said to be fragrant. Eating it as a meal would not only satisfy the appetite of the mouth, but also promote the evolution of the body. It was not a waste at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mood improved again. With a thought, This 3,000-meter-long nine-headed bird's flesh and blood treasure body shot toward the mouth of the volcano above his head. He decided to continue refining. As for the ruined flesh and blood treasure body, he would just throw it out to the group of foodies and treat it as a reward for the whole army, a whir. Faster, faster, faster. Chapter 3892. Awu! Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up! Roar! I can't hold it in any longer. It smells so good. It really smells so good. Seeing Yi Xian, who was at the bottom of the volcano, wave his hand and instantly throw over the pile of flesh and blood that emitted a rich fragrance and a shiny golden color. The large group of foodies, who were lying around the crater and looking down, immediately burst into an uproar. They seemed as if they'd gone mad as they howled incessantly. It was truly too noisy. Yi Xian frowned because if this continued, then he wouldn't be able to concentrate on refining at all. Right when he was about to reprimand them, the clamorous mouth of the volcano had suddenly become deathly silent. When he raised his head to look over, all the native ferocious beasts were nowhere to be seen. The area around the mouth of the volcano in the central region was too terrifying. A few million native ferocious beasts were lying at the edge of the volcano and sticking their heads out to look down, yet they hadn't covered the entire area. Yet now, not a single one could be seen. Along with the enormous nine-headed bird's flesh being carried away by the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle, the entire group of foodies actually swarmed over and left even faster than they'd arrived. In the blink of an eye, not a single beast could be seen. The nine-headed bird's flesh was still around 10 kilometers in size. Moreover, it was the corpse of an almighty figure from the quasi-primordial era, so its flesh and blood already contained formidable energy. After it was roasted by the four-colored flames of Shenong and refined by Yi Xian, the energy contained within the flesh and blood had become even denser. The amount was even denser. Even the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle at the region Lord Realm couldn't open their bellies and eat to their heart's content like those treasured flesh and blood from before. So, even though it was only 10 kilometers in size, there were absolutely no small number of native ferocious beasts that could be eaten. Besides the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle, the few dozen Star-Lord Realm old monsters and over 100 Universe Realm native ferocious beasts should have a share. As for the other native ferocious beasts below the Universe Realm, even if they didn't have the fortune to eat the meat, they could still watch from the side and smell the fragrance. Perhaps when he licked the bones in the end, he would be able to hook out 1 or 2 pieces of precious flesh from the crevices of the bones. In short, as the nine-headed bird's oily, fragrant flesh was taken away, all the millions of ferocious beasts that had swarmed over, without exception, all left. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was quiet again, and he could continue to boil the precious body. It was time to practice. After adjusting his mood again, Yi Xian took out the second treasure body of a creature from the Desolation era from the cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. It was also at the level of a mighty figure from the quasi-Desolation era. This time, he had chosen a one-horned howling sky tiger. Its entire body was as white as jade, and it glittered like a treasure. Although it had been dead for a long time, the energy in its body had not dissipated, and the golden tiger blood had not dried up. It could be clearly seen from the wound on its right hind limb. Huff! With a wave of his hand, the Shenong four-colored flames that had just been withdrawn flared up again, and directly wrapped up the one-horned howling sky tiger's body. A new round of roasting and refining began. The one-horned howling sky tiger's fur was quickly refined, revealing its golden skin. Gradually, it was roasted to maturity, and its fat was dripping with a divine aura. It was full of energy. When the one-horned howling sky tiger's body was completely cooked, it was only about 70,000 feet. Everything else was discarded as dregs. However, this was still only the beginning. Yi Xian took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued. According to the steps of refining the great flesh medicine, he carried out the initial condensation. The goal was to completely refine this 70,000 feet huge body. When he finally reached the level of treasure blood, treasure flesh, and treasure serum, he would be able to reach it. He estimated that there would only be a small amount of treasure serum in his hand. 60,000 feet, 50,000 feet, until the final 2,000 feet. This time, Yi Xian had gone even further than when he was refining the nine-headed bird's flesh and blood. In the end, the single-horned howling sky tiger was only around 2,600 to 2,700 meters tall, but something unexpected happened at this moment. The Shengnong four-colored flames that had been carefully controlled shook slightly, and the originally delicate control was broken. The temperatures suddenly soared, and the entire right hind limb that had shrunk by many times was roasted to a crisp. All his efforts were in vain. However, Yi Xian's self-confidence was even stronger. He had a strong feeling that the third refinement was bound to succeed. If the first and second refinements were only for practice, then after these two refinements, Yi Xian more or less grasped a few tricks. For the third time, he was confident that he could completely refine the treasure body of a quasi-desolate era to the level of treasure blood, treasure serum, and treasure serum. With a sound of breaking air, the one-horned howling sky tiger's treasure body that had been destroyed was directly thrown out of the volcano above by Yi Xian like a piece of trash. It was not that he was not greedy, but after all, this was the treasure blood and treasure flesh of a quasi-desolate era expert. The essence of the flesh was too rich. It had a strong nourishing effect on the physical body. However, Yi Xian didn't have the time to care about the Tao Tai feast right now. After refining his hands twice in a row, he had gained quite a bit of insight. Right now, it was the best time to finish refining the initial stage of flesh and blood in one go. Striking while the iron is hot meant this. A woo! Oh, as the flesh and blood of the single-horned howling sky tiger was thrown up, a little distance away from the mouth of the volcano in the central region above his head, the roar of the fierce beasts sounded again, revealing madness and incomparable joy. Obviously, the group of foodies outside had found the one-horned howling sky tiger that had been thrown out. If the previous nine-headed bird was only enough for the hundreds of indigenous ferocious beasts of the universe level and above to eat, then, with the addition of the one-horned howling sky tiger's treasure body, the entire indigenous ferocious beasts race would be able to share a piece of the pie. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. After throwing out the horned howling sky tiger's flesh and blood treasure, he immediately took out a third set of flesh and blood treasure that was waiting to be refined. This time, it was a cyan and red bird that looked like a phoenix, so it should belong to the Luan and Feng category. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to all of this. After throwing out the horned howling sky tiger's flesh and blood treasure, he immediately took out a third set of flesh and blood treasure that was waiting to be refined. This time, it was a cyan and red bird that looked like a phoenix. It should belong to the Luan and Feng category. Yu Muzi's chi was very strong, but unfortunately, it had fallen in the end. Huff. Chapter 3893. This Luan phoenix's flesh and blood precious body wasn't that large. It didn't reach 100,000 zhang in size, only around 3,000 zhang in size. When all of the feathers fell off and the entire flesh and blood precious body was cooked, it was only 2,000 zhang in size. Yi Xian controlled the Shengnong four-colored flames to refine it. In just 10 minutes, the Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk by half again. It was only around 3,000 zhang in size. This meant that half of the deep refinement process was already completed. Yi Xian was not as excited as the previous two times. His mind was still as calm as an ancient well without ripples. The Shengnong four-colored flames were like the most precise scalpel in his hand. Inch by inch, the flames merged into the Luanfeng's flesh and blood cells and began the refinement process. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. Previously, he only used 10 minutes to shrink the Luanfeng's body to 3,000 zhang in size. Now, 2 hours had passed and the original 3,000 zhang had shrunk to 300 zhang in size. Although it seemed that the last 2 hours had only shrunk the Luanfeng's body to 9,000 zhang in size, in reality, the refinement process was slowing down. As long as there were no mistakes, the refinement process this time should be successful. Yi Xian suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to refine the Luanfeng's flesh and blood. The Shengnong four-colored flames that wrapped around the Luanfeng's flesh and blood were always in a stable and fine state. They never wavered or changed. Half a day later, the Luanfeng's flesh and blood had shrunk to 3 zhang in size. Under Yi Xian's continuous refinement, the Luan Feng's flesh and blood had shrunk to 3 zhang in size. It was 1,000 times smaller. This was absolutely terrifying. It was unknown how much impurities and energy had been burned away by Yi Xian's Shen-Nong four-colored flames. The remaining mixture was the essence of the Luan Feng's flesh and blood. It was the essence. However, this was not the end. The Luan Phoenix, which was only about 3 feet in diameter, still maintained its original form. After all, it was a powerful existence at the quasi-desolation level. Even if it was roasted by the Shen-Nong four-colored flames, its body still shrank as a whole. The order in its body, the chains were still stable and did not collapse, causing the Luan Feng's body to change shape and lose its majesty. As for Yi Xian's final goal, it was to completely refine it. The appearance of the Luan Phoenix bird could no longer exist, and all of the precious blood and flesh could no longer exist. It had to be fused into one and turned into a slurry-like existence. That was the purest form of essence energy, the basic medicinal slurry of flesh and blood medicine. The refinement process continued. But Yi Xian. If in the end the Luan Phoenix still maintained its original appearance and its flesh couldn't be turned into medicinal paste, then this refinement was clearly a failure. Moreover, this kind of failure was not because there was a problem with Yi Xian's refinement process. If that was the case, the Luan Feng's body would not continue to shrink. However, its form did not change at all. The only reason why its flesh and blood could not be turned into medicinal paste was because it was used for refinement. The level of the flames was not high enough to melt the chains of order in the Luan Feng's flesh and blood. It could break them and fuse them together. If that was the case, then it would be a serious problem. No matter how hard Yi Xian tried, it would be useless. He could only wait until the Shen-Nong exotic flames grew into a 5-colored flame and its power increased again. Only then would he be able to break this deadlock. However, the growth of the Shen-Nong exotic flames was not fixed. Although it had grown 3 times, from the initial 1-colored flame to the current 4-colored flame, all in all, these 3 times could only be considered coincidences. There was no fixed pattern to be found. Who knew when it would be able to increase the level of the flames again and grow into a 5-colored flame? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but feel anxious. However, he quickly regained his senses. No matter what, this Luan Feng's flesh and blood had shrunk to about 3 meters in size. He had to endure this refinement to the end. Even if he did not succeed, at least it would prove that the 4-colored flame was not powerful enough. Otherwise, if he made a mistake midway, even if it was just to verify this point, he was afraid that he would have to undergo another round of refinement. Yi Xian forcefully calmed his slightly impetuous state of mind and continued to refine it with rapt attention. Another half a day passed, and the Luan Phoenix, which had shrunk to a diameter of around 3 meters, shrank once again. When it shrank to a diameter of only a meter, the pleasant surprise came. Walala! A series of faint crisp sounds came from the Shen-Nong 4-colored flame that was suspended in front of Yi Xian. From the beginning to the end, the Luan Feng's body, which had maintained its original appearance, finally melted. From this moment on, its bird form could no longer be seen. These faint sounds, which were as dense as raindrops, were the sound of the chains of order in every inch of his body being completely torn apart. At this time, the Luan Feng's body had turned into a round ball that emitted a green-red light. The round ball that appeared in the form of a slurry had shrunk from a meter in diameter to a foot in size. It was as if the chains of order in its flesh and blood had completely collapsed. The moment its body disappeared, a miniature black hole appeared in this green-red slurry ball, as if it was completely collapsing. At this point, the refinement was finally completed. The Luan Feng's body that was 3,000 meters in size had been refined into a green-red slurry ball that was only a foot in diameter. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the energy contained in this orb of liquid was. And this was only the first step in refining the flesh and blood medicine. What Yi Xian had obtained was only a semi-finished product, and could not be considered a real flesh and blood medicine. The real flesh and blood medicine would use this flesh and blood medicine as the foundation, and then add in all sorts of rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and mix them again and again before finally obtaining them. This process still required Yi Xian to explore and deduce. After all, no one had ever concocted a level 16 liquid before, so Yi Xian still had a lot of effort to do. Swish! Swish! With a thought, this ball of flesh and blood medicinal paste that was about a foot in diameter and emitted a dazzling splendor was easily divided into 100 portions by Yi Xian's divine farmer's 4 colored flames. It floated in the air in front of him, causing him to be dazzled. After casually dispelling the Shenong 4-colored flame, Yi Xian took out 100 small storage boxes made of jade essence crystals from his undying world. Then, with a wave of his hand, these 100 egg-sized portions of green-red flesh and blood medicine were stored in a jade essence crystal box. Finally, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept these 100 jade essence crystal boxes in his undying world. Chapter 3894. The basic slurry for the preparation of the flesh medicine had finally been refined. It was safe to say that the preparation of the flesh medicine was halfway done. What Yi Xian needed to do next was to add the rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures that were required for the derivation of the level 16 liquid, using the red and green flesh medicine as the basic solution. He would have to fumble again and again to finally produce a stable level 16 liquid. Obviously, the process couldn't be completed in one go. There was no previous experience that he could use as a reference. Also, the all-evil origin fluid had a domineering additional effect that guaranteed success during the preparation of the level 15 liquid. Even if the formula wasn't complete, it could still make up for the deficiencies and make the gene liquid successful. But that was only a situation that would occur before the 16th level of liquid. The level 16 liquid could allow a star state expert at the peak of the 9th rank to become a star lord, which was absolutely unbelievable. How many star state experts had been stuck at that step since ancient times, unable to make a breakthrough? Therefore, even though the all-evil origin fluid was a top-grade resource, when one reached the 16th grade, when the formula was incomplete and imperfect, adding the all-evil origin fluid would still make up for the flaws in the formula and guarantee the success rate, but the degree of this effect would definitely be greatly weakened. Too much. Judging from that point of view, even though Yi Xian had successfully obtained the basic slurry for the preparation of the flesh medicine, there was still a long way to go before he could really produce the level 16 liquid. However, 100 portions of the flesh medicine meant 100 mixing chances. Yi Xian was confident that he could produce the level 16 liquid. He could have started right away, but after some consideration, Yi Xian gave up the idea in the end. It made sense to strike while the iron was hot, but he had to know when to stop. Just a moment ago, Yi Xian had tried to refine the flesh and blood medicine 3 times in a row, especially the last time when he finally succeeded. Yi Xian's mind was highly concentrated, and it was continuous. In just half a day, he'd already expended too much mental and physical effort. At this moment, he continued with the second half of the deduction and allocation. It wasn't the best time. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Xian's figure shot up and directly charged out of the central region's volcano. He arrived outside the volcano's crater and landed on the edge of a plain not far from the crater. As far as his eyes could see, the vast plain ahead was densely packed with ferocious local beasts. There was a small portion of them, about a few 100,000 or so, that was as if they were drunk and were sleeping soundly on the ground. As for the other millions of native beasts, they were gathered around, looking at the few of their companions who were sleeping soundly. Their faces were full of envy, and some of them were still drooling. In another direction, the skeletons of the 9-headed bird and the one-horned sky-howling tiger were being licked by some of the native beasts. The skeletons were already clean and fleshless, but these beasts were still enjoying it. There was even a queue behind them. It seemed that every batch of beasts could only lick the skeletons for a while before they were done. This scene made Yi Xian's hair stand on end. If this continued, would the ferocious beasts in the back be licking the 2 skeletons or the saliva of the guys in the front? He didn't dare to think about this question further. It was too scary. His back was cold and his scalp was numb. Sure enough, they were a group of foodies. Their tastes were extraordinarily heavy. Brat, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. I've eaten a little too much this time. I have a feeling that I'm about to break through, and it's a breakthrough of a major realm. It's never happened before. While he was in a daze, the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise's voices sounded. They were obviously abnormal. Yi Xian turned around and found that the two guys were red and swaying as they walked, just like the hundreds of thousands of local ferocious beasts who had fallen asleep on the ground. It was as if they had drunk too much. Yes, I feel like I'm drunk. It wasn't just them, all the Star-Lord realm experts and over 100 local ferocious beasts were the same. Some of them were unable to persist any longer and had fallen asleep just like the other low-level ferocious beasts. Even though it seemed like they'd drunk too much, there was an extremely dense aura of energy surging within their bodies. Especially the primordial porcupine, the tortoise, and those Star-Lord realm experts. The energy within their bodies was surging too violently, and they were on the verge of being unable to hold it in any longer. They were sleeping. The pores throughout their bodies were emanating the glow of treasures, and it seemed like they were ascending into immortality. This was clearly because they'd eaten a huge amount of flesh and blood from the nine-headed bird and unicorn sky-howl tiger. Those were supreme existences at the quasi-primordial age. Even if it was the region lord realm experts like the porcupine and tortoise, it was no different from immortal pills and miraculous medicines. Even they couldn't eat too much of it. But even then, they were slightly unable to hold on any longer. Their cultivations were about to break through. They were about to break through. Eating meat to the point of getting drunk, this was probably something that no one else could do other than this group of foodies. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, but his heart was filled with joy. The primeval porcupine and primeval hairy tortoise were both at the advanced stage of the region lord realm, and they'd been roasting treasured blood and flesh with the Shinong four-colored flames in the farmer god cauldron recently. So, the accumulation of treasured blood and flesh within their bodies was almost complete. Now that they'd eaten the flesh of numerous quasi-primordial experts, it was equivalent to being injected with treasured blood and flesh. A strong medicine. Under such circumstances, their breakthrough in cultivation had finally arrived. If nothing unexpected occurred, then both the primeval porcupine and primeval turtle would advance a step further after this period of closed-door cultivation. They would advance from the region lord realm into the world lord realm, and they'd become two formidable old geezers at the world lord realm. If that was the case, then Yi Xian would finally have two old geezers at the world lord realm under his command, which would definitely be of great significance and boost his confidence. In addition, the dozens of native Star-Lord beasts had obviously eaten a lot of quasi-primordial experts' blood and flesh. Those guys were about to enter seclusion, and some of them would definitely break through the barrier of a major level. After all, some of the native beasts were already at the World Lord realm. They were already in the advanced phase of the Star-Lord state. Even if only a third of them made the breakthrough, there would be a dozen new region lords under Yi Xian's command by then. Apart from them, there were also the hundreds of native universe lords. Some of them would be able to advance to the Star-Lord state. Further down, there were hundreds of thousands of native beasts below the universe state. Some of them might be able to become universe lords. Chapter 3895. As the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise led a group of high-level indigenous vicious beasts into collective seclusion, Yi Xian also felt bored in the farmer god cauldron. After throwing some cultivation resources to the 8 great Vajras, he went to the mountain wall cage at the bottom of the volcano in the central region to look at Lion Wan, who had already become his servant. This guy was still sleeping, but his condition was much better. There was a faint aura of energy fluctuations in his body. It seemed that it was very likely that he had recovered some of his strength. However, his Dao foundation had already been seized. Even if he recovered, he could forget about returning to his previous peak state. Even if there was hope, everything would have to start all over again. Afterwards, Yi Xian soared into the sky and rushed out from the mouth of the Shinong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. His figure appeared outside the black hole of life. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 3 days since Yi Xian left the netherworld cauldron and returned to the black hole of life to begin seclusion. The harvest of these 3 days could not be said to be small. It was simply shocking. Not only did he recultivate the ancient cave void tactics, synchronizing his cultivation method with his physical body's blood chi realm, but it also led his physical body's blood chi realm to increase by 2 small levels. Now, his cultivation method of the ancient cave void tactics and his physical body's blood chi realm had both reached the cosmic 7th order. With another 2 small breakthroughs, he would be able to use the level 15 liquid and advance to the level 15 realm in one fell swoop, becoming a true almighty figure of the universe. In addition, the basic medicinal paste needed to concoct the level 16 liquid had also been successfully refined this time. The level 16 liquid had been lingering in Yi Xian's heart for a long time, causing him to be unable to let go of it. But now that half of the problem had been solved, Yi Xian felt much more relaxed. Finally, the 2 vicious beast emperors, led by the primordial porcupine and primordial hairy tortoise, had also obtained a lot of good fortune this time and began seclusion one after another. It was believed that once they finished their seclusion, the overall strength of the entire indigenous vicious beast tribe would definitely leap to a whole new level. This was the true strength that Yi Xian had in his hands, just like Triumph City. It was absolutely significant to him. Yi Xian was already overjoyed, but what excited him the most was that the headless corpse had secretly tampered with the netherworld cauldron. Yi Xian felt like he was floating in the air when he thought about how the precious ancient treasure that was on the same level as the Shenong cauldron would soon belong to him. Apart from the netherworld furnace, the products inside the netherworld furnace, which means every drop of all evil origin elixir in the future, will be mine. No one can take it away from me, alright. The netherworld cauldron and the farmer god cauldron are ancient artifacts of the same level. There's basically no chance that the evil origin liquid stored in the netherworld cauldron will be forcefully taken away. As he muttered to himself, a wisp of bright light flashed through Yi Xian's eyes, and he seemed to be lost in thought. However, we must be on guard against those high-end forces of the enemy that are crying piteously for food. No matter what, we must sever the channel through which the netherworld furnace supplies evil origin elixir to them. Those rune chains must be destroyed. With that in mind, Yi Xian didn't stay any longer. He waved his hand and stored the farmer god cauldron into his undying world. Then he waved his hand and summoned the void-shattering shuttle. He stepped into it, activated the concealment array, and shot out, charging out of the black hole of life in the blink of an eye. After the previous refinement, the void-shattering shuttle was now a true starry sky treasure. Its speed was so fast that it was shocking. Even a large fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters couldn't compare to it. Even Domain Lord Old Monsters couldn't compete with the void-shattering shuttle in terms of speed when traversing the void with their physical bodies. Even Sector Lord Old Monsters had the qualifications to compete with the void-shattering shuttle in terms of speed. The black hole of life wasn't far from the Demon Domain Pass. Yi Xian activated the void-shattering shuttle and traveled at extreme speed. Soon, he plunged into the Demon Domain and headed straight for the Demon Emperor planet. This time, he took the Headless Infant's suggestion and decided not to participate in the attack on the Dark Furnace in the root of all evil. He would only push in the dark and guard the Demon Emperor planet. With his methods, he would attract a group of Sector Lord Old Monsters and even Universe-level Supreme Existences to be his gunmen. Although the dangers of the Dark Furnace were already known to everyone in the 3 major dimensions by now. Otherwise, the root of all evil star domain wouldn't have remained untouched after the previous incident. After all, what happened that day was too shocking. The Eye of Heaven's Way's supreme ferocious power had scared countless people out of their wits. The 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters of the indigenous ferocious beast race couldn't even last 1 round in front of it and were directly killed. But even so, Yi Xian was still confident that he could attract a large number of gunmen to gather in the root of all evil star domain. Men die for wealth and birds die for food. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. Among the Starry Sky Masters, there was never a lack of existences who would rather tie their heads to their waists and take risks to fight for great fortunes. In fact, Yi Xian could be considered such people. Otherwise, if he hadn't taken risks to fight for a fortune, he wouldn't have been able to go all the way to where he was today. The origin of all evil and the netherworld furnace were indeed dangerous, but as long as the sector lord old monsters behind the various top powers and races of the three great planes, and even the supreme existences of the universe, knew how astonishing the good fortune that was being condensed in the netherworld furnace was, at that time, there was no need for anyone to persuade them. Those old guys would automatically come knocking on the door and even fight to the death for it. In this regard, Yi Xian could be considered to have prepared for a rainy day. In fact, he had already made preparations. Of course, once he threw out the clues in his hands, with the brains and insight of those super old monsters, they would definitely be able to guess the truth. They would be able to see that someone wanted to use them as gunmen while they hid in the dark, wanting to benefit from the fisherman's jar. But this didn't matter. Yi Xian wasn't afraid that they would see through this. This was because his goal was only to borrow the hands of this group of super old monsters to destroy the runic chains that transported the all-evil origin elixir out of the netherworld furnace. He didn't want to touch the netherworld furnace and the all-evil origin elixirs stored within. In other words, even if those super old monsters successfully destroyed all the rune chains that transported the all-evil origin liquids out of the dark furnace and fulfilled Yi Xian's wish, Yi Xian still wouldn't show up. This was an open scheme. He wasn't worried at all that those super old monsters would steal his fortune. Given the grade of the dark furnace, the universe-level remains of the primordial creatures of the primordial era were merely the lowest standard of raw materials for its condensed products. What right did those super old monsters have to force their way into the dark furnace? Inside, take what they want? Swish! Under the control of Yi Xian, the void-shattering shuttle didn't stop at all. It directly broke through the inner line of defense of the 3 stars of the Demon Emperor Star and noiselessly plunged into the atmosphere of the Demon Emperor Star, shooting toward the Demon Emperor City. Chapter 3896. There were more than 10 Demon Imperial royal family experts who flew from the Demon Imperial City to welcome them. Led by the Demon Emperor Mo Wentian, Yi Xian had seen them before, but he was not familiar with them. Among the Demon Imperial royal family, Grandpa Mo and Grandpa Mo Qigong, who were the closest to him, were still leading the 4 Clans Alliance army to conquer the First Universe's slave clans one by one. As for the Demon Emperor Mo Rentian, he was a sector lord old monster. He wasn't even in the Demon Imperial City, but somewhere that was connected to the Demon Imperial planet through a stable space tunnel. It was equivalent to the ancestral land of the demon dwellers. He wouldn't show himself easily. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi Xian was led to the royal palace deep in the Demon Imperial City. Everyone sat down. Yi Xian did not immediately mention the matter of the source of all evil. Instead, he first asked about the situation of the 3 great planes in the past few days. After all, the First Universe was now in a full-scale expedition. Although the battlefield was in the First Universe, in fact, it was impossible for the Second and Third Universes not to. Pay close attention. It was even very likely that there would be some kind of response. Seeing that Yi Xian had asked, the upper echelons of the demon cultivator immediately spoke one after another. They introduced and explained the situation and new movements of the 3 great planes in the past few days. To Yi Xian's surprise, there was no unusual movement from the races of the Second Universe Federation recently. Ever since they brought back the clansmen who were detained in the Shenong Cauldron from Yi Xian, they had been quiet. It seemed that the pain of the expedition to the First Universe was completely annihilated in the source of all evil. In the end, they were also ruthlessly extorted by the demon cultivator and young Master Linghu. It was as if they were all relieved. The source of all evil was one thing. Even the sector lord-level indigenous ferocious beast emperor was instantly killed. It was really possible that the races of the Second Universe Federation would be scared out of their wits. They might not be able to recover for a while. However, it would be unrealistic to say that they would be able to let go of the extortion by young Master Linghu and the demon dwellers. According to Yi Xian's estimations, those guys were probably secretly holding back their strength, preparing to wait for the right time to do something bad. However, it didn't matter. Yi Xian didn't care at all. As long as he subdued all the slave races in the First Universe, he was confident that he could forge the First Universe into an iron plate. At that time, the 2 wormholes that connected the Second Universe and the Third Universe, respectively, would be heavily guarded by him. Even if the other party wanted to do something bad, he was afraid that they would be powerless. As for the human clan in the third universe, although there was nothing unusual about the Immortal dynasty, the human clan's Tenju Celestial Palace had a piece of explosive news 2 days ago. Several Star Lord Vice Chiefs of the Renjue Palace had been slain by the invincible war god when they were hunting him down. Then, when the invincible war god reappeared 2 days later, he had already proven his Dao and become a universe dominator in such a short time. Even Master Void Ladle, who was only at the peak of the Cosmos realm at the beginning, also became a Star Lord thanks to the fortuitous encounter. The third universe was in an uproar as soon as the news was spread. The invincible war god's name resounded in the three planes again. It had to be noted that the invincible war god wasn't very strong when he was first born. Nobody expected that he would prove his Dao in such a short time. It was an astonishing speed. What was even more shocking was not that he could control a Star Lord level old monster, the Void Ladle, but that he was constantly being hunted down by the overlord of the cultivation camp, the Tenju Celestial Palace, while he was rapidly increasing his cultivation base. He was indeed worthy of his title as a peerless genius, to be able to grow at an unimaginable speed in the face of adversity. Unfortunately, until now, there was still no definite answer as to who this devouring treasured body that was known as the invincible war god belonged to. There were all sorts of guesses in the outside world, but in the end, there was no solid evidence that could completely convince people. Then there was the situation in the first universe. After Yi Xian left the allied army of the four clans, the allied army of the Devil Cultivator, Space Rat, Hell Ant, and Giant Ferocious clan led by Grandpa Mo immediately reorganized their army and continued on to the next slave clan after subduing the Ashwolf clan. However, the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't thwarted because of that. After learning that the coalition army of the four races was about to set off again, all the races in the alliance were mobilized and gathered their forces to resist the enemy. And now, after the allied forces of the four clans had taken down the second slave clan after the Ashwolf clan, they were on their way to the next clan. It was estimated that they would arrive at that clan in 2 or 3 days and start a new war. In general, the coalition army of the four races had formed. Even if all the other slave races in the first universe were unwilling to be enslaved and formed the alliance of 10,000 races, the final result of this all-out war on the plane level basically didn't have much suspense. In the end, more than 80% of the victory would be taken by the coalition army of the four races. At that time, the first universe would be unified again, and the demon race would become the second overlord of the plane after the Tianji race. I won't leave for the time being. I'll stay on the Demon Emperor planet or in the surrounding star areas and pay close attention to the development of the root of all evil. After understanding the recent developments in the three universes, Yi Xian suddenly changed the topic and threw out a heavy bomb. If I'm not wrong, in 2 or 3 days, the races of the Second Universe Federation and the human race of the Third Universe will gather again. The root of all evil will gather again. As for the First Universe, the interstellar war on the plane level is still in full swing. I guess the races won't have the time to care about this. Of course, if the other slave races insist on getting involved, they'll be digging their own graves. We can't do anything about it. Later, find a way to spread the news and inform the Space Rat race, the Hell Ant race, the Giant Ferocious race, and all the races subdued by the coalition army of the four races. In short, within our own race, no one is allowed to get involved in the root of all evil this time. Let's leave the whole star area of the root of all evil to the top forces and races of the second and third universes. It's the same for the demon race. It's best to stay far away. There's no need to stay close to them. Because this time, the big races and the top forces won't send a large number of battleships to form an army like the last time. If there's no accident, in 2 or 3 days, the forces sent by the big forces and secret races will all be high-end battle forces formed by a small number of great beings. The Sector Lord level isn't the limit. This time, it's very likely that even the universe level and immortal level supreme beings will appear. Chapter 3897. As Yi Xian finished speaking, the entire imperial palace was in an uproar. All the upper echelons of the imperial demon race whispered to each other and discussed. Universe-level and immortal-level supreme existences are about to appear, gathering at the root of all evil? The demon emperor Mo when Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Yi Xian with his mouth agape and said in shock, "What's going to happen this time?" The other upper echelons of the imperial demon race all turned their heads and looked over. Their faces were full of shock and strangeness. Because some people had realized that this incident might be related to this monstrous young man in front of them. Before the root of all evil incident began, he had already warned the demon race in advance that it was best not to participate. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets. In the end, reality proved his words right. Practically all the top-rate powers and clans in the 3 dimensions that had entered the root of all evil to seize the fortune there had been annihilated, and even the 8 region lords had been saved by this young master before him. Not only did he seize this opportunity to detain the 8 domain lords and millions of battleships, as well as the hundreds of millions of universe masters in the battleships, he even abducted the millions of native ferocious beasts led by the immemorial porcupine and the immemorial hairy tortoise. Now, they were his private army. It could be said that the biggest and only winner of the previous root of all evil incident was this man in front of them. Considering that he had foreseen the final result before the incident, although he didn't say it, all the upper echelons of the imperial demon race knew that this incident was most likely secretly planned by him. At least, he played a role in adding fuel to the fire. Now, ever since the last incident, not to mention the inside of the root of all evil, even the surrounding star domains outside of that star domain was almost dead silent. None of the powerhouses of the various races in the first universe dared to get too close. Under such circumstances, this man in front of them suddenly threw out such a heavy bomb. He said that in 2 or 3 days, all the major races and top forces of the 3 dimensions would gather at the root of all evil again. And this time, even though there wouldn't be large amounts of space fleets appearing, the various races and pinnacle powers flocking over would actually have sector lord level, universe level, and even undying level ancestors personally arriving. This was simply terrifying. There was no doubt that if there was such a thing, the person behind all this must be this young master in front of him. How could this just be called audacious? He hadn't even reached the 15th realm, universe realm. Last time, he had toyed with the Star Lord and Domain Lord Old Monsters and accidentally dragged down the 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters. This time, he actually went straight to Sector Lord level, Universe level, and Undying level. This was simply the rhythm of ascension. If things went wrong, not to mention the root of all evil star field and the first universe, even the entire 3 great planes would be destroyed by him. Thinking of this, the Devil Emperor Mo when Tian's face immediately turned green. After asking the first question, before Yi Xian could respond, he had already continued in a panic. He advised earnestly and patiently, and his tone clearly revealed a bit of pleading. "I say, little friend, no, my little ancestor, can we stop messing around? Last time, you killed 2 Sector Lord Old Monsters. This time, listening to your tone, the Sector Lord level is actually the bottom level, and above that is the universe level. And undying level ancestors are going to be alarmed. This is the rhythm of people dying. Can we stop messing around? Calm down a little, obediently take down the slave races of the first universe first, and unify the entire first universe's dimension. This is a matter of 90% certainty, unlike what you said just now, which is a 90% chance of survival." Hearing these words, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the Devil Emperor Mo when Tian, his face full of speechlessness. The upper echelons of the demon race in the hall nodded repeatedly like chickens pecking rice. If it was said that the unforeseen event in the root of all evil star field last time made them all fearful of Yi Xian, and felt that this guy was simply a little devil in the chaos. Then now, when Yi Xian said that he was going to mess around there again, and this time, besides the Sector Lord Old Monsters, even the Universe level and Undying level Masters would be involved, the upper echelons of the Imperial Demon Clan in the hall could no longer find the words to describe the monstrous level of the man in front of them. This Jane was a poison. Wherever she went, there was no way to stop it. All right, this young master admits, this matter this time was caused by me again. To be precise, this young master is about to do it. Since everyone in the hall was smart after what happened last time, they all guessed that he was the mastermind behind the scenes. Yi Xian didn't plan to hide it and openly admitted it. Then he rolled his eyes and continued, "But don't worry, this time, not only will our camp prohibit anyone from getting involved, even I will not take a single step into the root of all evil star field. After all, this time the sector lords are probably just cannon fodder. Many of the universe levels will die, even the undying levels will probably fall a few. This young master is not afraid of death, but I don't want to actively seek death. Over there, let them mess around, we won't participate, but there shouldn't be a problem if the final goal is achieved. This is a foreshadowing, the benefits may only appear many years later, but I know in my heart. As an ally, I ask the demons to believe in this young master's plans and arrangements. Since he had already said so, if there were any objections, they wouldn't even be allies anymore. Furthermore, although this matter was dangerous, it was simply hair-raising, but it wasn't like everyone didn't know the methods of this young master in front of them. Until now, when had he ever suffered a loss? Thinking of this, the upper echelons of the demons all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Although they didn't say anything, it was obvious that they accepted it tacitly. Here is a video image. This young master took the scene in the netherworld furnace. Seeing that the upper echelons of the demon royal family in the hall had been convinced, Yi Xian casually threw out a jade scroll and said, "Spread it through a certain channel, don't leave any traces, let others know that it's related to the demon race. Other than that, find someone to spread some words. In short, use the fastest speed, let all the races and powers in the 3 big planes hear these words and see this video." The video that Yi Xian was talking about was everything that he had seen and heard in the netherworld furnace. It was all recorded by the devouring system in his body, and now he had only made a copy and handed it over to the demon royal family.